Welcome back to my channel, Makayla loves gymnastics.
Girl, you know I'm up here rolling up so we can hit this story.
Welcome back to my channel, Makayla loves gymnastics.
Girl, I wonder what Makayla's gonna got going on today.
Welcome back to my channel, Makayla loves gymnastics.
Out here spilling tea and telling truth on gymnastics every day over here on
Makayla loves gymnastics.
the Gymnastics for Everyone Network, hosted by Makayla Loves
Welcome
Gymnastics.
back to my channel, Makayla loves gymnastics.
Girl, you know I'm up here rolling up so we can hit this story.
Makayla loves gymnastics. Welcome back to my channel, Makayla loves gymnastics. Welcome back to my channel,
Get in here, honey, and sit down. We're about to start very shortly.
Welcome back to my channel, Makayla loves gymnastics. Welcome back to my channel, Makayla loves gymnastics. Welcome back to my channel.
Gymnastics.
For
Everyone in network.
gymnastics for everyone. A network.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of Welcome back to my channel, Makayla loves gymnastics.
Story, everybody, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Gymnastics for Everyone Network, hosted by Makayla Loves Gymnastics and Oscar whenever Oscar gets on. Um, Ezra, I'm so sorry that I so slept through 7 o'clock. I know you've been waiting for this, friend. I know I've been waiting for this. But I got so hyped watching all of these upgrade videos from all of these girls that when I went to sleep, I just went to sleep. So I just woke back up like a good 30 minutes ago. Oscar been texting and calling me trying to get me up. But I was asleep, y'all. I was really asleep. Um, how are the kids doing today? Today is Tuesday, January 23rd. Can y'all believe that this month has flown by so fast? So, you all see the title. You all seen what's been going on in gymnastics over this today. We're waiting on Oscar to get on so we can start playing the videos or whatever. But we've had a hell of a day of gymnastics today, you guys. Um, hey, two flips and three twists. I love you, channel. Friend to the show. I love this channel so much. Thank you for all of the gymnastics content that you post on your YouTube channel. As you know, I know posting gymnastics videos, the actual routines themselves, makes your channel a target to the stuff that goes on, copywriting, people reporting your channel. So I understand the effort, the energy, the fight you have to fight with YouTube. I just want to tell you from somebody that completely understands, thank you. I'm not willing to, hell, even the little bit of gymnastics stuff that I post, like clips and stuff, I fight so hard with them YouTube. So I understand and I appreciate you. It's so, we used to have so many gymnastics libraries where so many different channels would post all of the competitions. You basically had all of the competitions free on YouTube. But slowly but surely, YouTube is slowly starting to eliminate them all. They're slowly but surely starting to erase all of the YouTube gymnastics content. I have a feeling that NBC is trying to pull some bullshit and trying to create some paywall of all of the damn gymnastics competitions that ever happened. Oh my gosh, yes, Gusu friend, like Gusu fan was one of the best gymnastics libraries on YouTube. I do not know what happened to that channel. I'm so sad that they do not post. It's just YouTube is really. I'm so happy that most the Panava fan still is able to post. I'm so happy that channels like you, channel like Alexia, channels like Catherine, um, you all are really doing the Lord's work right now because you all are really keeping the gymnastics library free for everybody, and you're keeping the the evil people. I'm not even gonna say evil. The people at in large. You can't. I mean, they can do it. They are doing it. They're literally taking these old gymnastics contents down and putting them behind their paywalls. It's not right. It kind of reminds me of like you guys remember when Netflix and Hulu first started 10, 12 years ago and how like YouTube used to have everything for completely free. Like we've always had streaming, we've always had the cable channels, but we always had YouTube because YouTube was completely free. But slowly but surely, they started to erase all of that stuff off of YouTube. And slowly but surely, they're starting to erase all of the old gymnastics content off of YouTube. So we all need to be mindful and appreciative of the people that are really risking their channels posting this stuff. Because a lot of this stuff is copyrighted material. Let's just keep it a buck. So people are really risking their channels to save all of this gymnastics history. Oscar,
Hey, so right. What were you talking about? What got you
I'm talking
talking?
to two flips and three twists. They're in the comment section. I'm just like giving them their props for posting all of this gymnastics content that used to be on YouTube for free, but slowly but surely YouTube is starting to erase all of this gymnastics content off of YouTube. So I'm just giving them their props for trying to save this free library of gymnastics content.
Yeah, major shout out to that channel. I watch them all the time.
All of the time.
What did
So
they just
Fred, it's been a while.
watch?
How are you doing?
I just watched the Trudenova 99 Universiad. They had her all around routines. And she got a 9.875 for her double front ball. I had forgotten the score. How am I doing? I'm really leaning business, being outside and
So, friend,
yeah.
all of the elite girls have been shaking us by our boots today. Because all of the elite girlies, not all of them, but a lot of our faves, have given us glorious pieces of training videos today. And let's just start off with the big elephant in the room. Sunita Lee laid out Jaeger with a full twist.
Epic.
Did you see that
So
coming?
epic. Yes. I mean, I wasn't like that's for sure going to her routine, but I knew she was training that and like messing around with that skill along with other skills.
So everybody feel like they knew she was training. I absolutely, this came as a total and complete shock to me.
Like, I don't think she's posted a real. It was like literally like almost 9 months to a year ago, if not longer than that. That's how long ago it was. And it was just like on her story.
Maybe I'm just not a Sunisa Lee fan like that. Maybe I think I'm a big Sunisa Lee fan, but maybe I just been tapped into Gabby Douglas and Sky Blakely and have not been caring about Sunisa like I should be. Maybe I need to get more tapped into the Sunisa Lee fans so they can start sending me those videos.
It was
in my inbox.
probably when she announced that she was gonna go for Paris, and it was like before Auburn season had started, so she was training at her. She might have been training at her gym, Midwest, or is she Midwest? What's it called?
I know she's with Jeff Gray, bro. I don't know where he's at.
Yeah, I should know though. So
I was totally and completely shocked because I thought the plan was trying to add a full turn to her nabs. Exactly, 2 flips and 3 twists. That's the plan. I thought that's the release move that we were going to see a full twist in abs. It's full twist in
that also, but I never saw her training that. Isn't it crazy that one gymnast?
That's what I was about to say. Wasn't it this one college girl who was doing it and everybody was just gagged?
Chloe LeCourcier. I think she is committed to a school, if not already there. She's Alabama.
So that's and look, FIG, don't play us in our face and give this no damn G rating. This deserves H or higher. Like,
okay. Do you think this is different from the skill that Japanese gymnast was training? Or like was competing, in fact. That was people were saying was counted as a layout Jaeger, but it wasn't named after them because it was like a domestic competition.
I wouldn't have given that girl a laid out Jaeger. I would have gave her a pipe Jaeger full.
Oh, interesting. I saw it more as like she released the bar with one hand before the other, and then like a ginger because she flipped front, but she never really faced away from the bar, but she cheated the twist at the beginning.
It's kind of like the way the girls do their Shushanova and how it used to be counted as a full twist into Kachev, and now they count it as, I don't know what the hell they count it as, like a half turn.
Not the same exact issue, but like a cheating technique, you mean, on a release?
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally think so. Do you think there are any deductions that she could work on?
Suni,
Yeah.
yeah, her legs needs to. She needs to catch. Sometimes she can catch it with her legs together, but a lot of the times it's the way the girls catch a dap. Like,
Okay. If you slow it down, she kind of was bending her legs going into it. Should we look at it?
yeah, let's watch it.
Okay. So I'll share my screen.
Okay.
Where did you see it? You literally broke the news for me, Makayla, and I commented on the video. Wow.
I literally woke up this morning and got on Instagram, and it literally was the very first thing that Instagram showed me.
Like her post or someone else?
Her post 2020.
That's how I wish it was. Pure communication. I don't know how well you can see it. Can you see the bend in the knees that I was talking about?
Not really, but I'll be able to see it when we rewatch it.
Wait.
Do y'all think this is a solo skill, or she's going to try to connect it to something?
I would be so surprised wouldn't connect it to like a pack. Just because she can connect everything to a pack, it seems like. But maybe this
I
is
know.
match.
Speaking of Shiley's, we have to, because there are implications, right? Because it's only 5 spots, right? And like I said on Twitter, there are literally 3 whole teams that I want to make it to the Olympics. 3 whole teams of girls that I want to make it to the Olympics. It's literally like 15 gymnasts that I want to go to the Olympics. I
had no
know.
idea. That's so. Is that really how you feel?
Yes.
But I thought that. Why did I have the impression that there were so many girls that you were like, this is not their time. Like they have the next Olympics.
I
15.
feel that way, but I also feel like if it was possible, I would like to see them at the Olympics. But it's only 5 people on the team, so it's not realistic for me to want all of my faves to go to the Olympics. But there are literally like 15 girls that are in my faves that I want to go to the Olympics.
Same.
But there's only 5 people on the team, so there's going to be lots of heartbreak. And with this, I love this for Sumi Suli. I love this for Sumi Suli. It makes me scared for some other people. What I'm scared is, and then we just had this conversation last week when Gabby posted her Healy to Pite Yeager. My fear is Suni and Gabby is going to be Ashton and Madison coaching, fighting for one spot. For them both to make the Olympic team, somebody, Suni, Gabby, needs to post some damn vaults.
Wow, so this team is gonna has the potential to blow the 2016 Marta's best team away. Because
Out the wall.
their equivalent is 2 all-arounders, not 2 bar specialists.
Mm-hmm.
Upgraded. What would Marta do?
And I've been saying this for years. Ever since we start playing around with the idea that Gabby was going to try to come back for this games.
What did you
Suni is
say
just
for
better
you?
than Gabby on beam, and I know y'all gonna argue with me down. And y'all know I love Gabby. I'm Gabby's biggest fan. But I'm also realistic. Suni is better than Gabby on beam by a mile. So if they're both trying for bars and beam, even if Gabby can catch Suni on bars, the issue is beam.
Right, that shouldn't be
Suni has a
controversial.
textbook. Suni has a textbook switch ring. That switch ring that Gabby showed in that training video makes me concerned. I love Gabby. I'm not trying to shit on her. I'm just concerned. But I feel like Gabby has the more potential on vault. If they both are doing floor nets quad, I mean this year, not even next year. This year, Suni did NCAA all last year. I know Suni still has a double-double. I know Suni still can do a double layout. I know Suni can do something as a combination for a third pass. I don't know what Gabby can do on floor. It's just very concerning. It's just very concerning. And then we have Shilese Jones. So are we saying that realistically, we're going to put two girls we have not seen compete elite gymnastics this whole quad over the reigning bronze medalist in the all-around? The reigning 2 times bronze medalist on bars. Like, it's going to be so much heartbreak.
And she was the silver medalist the year before. It would have been nice if she was a winner.
I know.
But you don't have to be a winner to be great. In this context.
If it was, I know y'all hate when we do this, especially me, but if it was Martyr, I know Charlize would be on the team. I just know Charlize would be on the team.
Yeah, I was wondering what Mario would do.
Under this Chelsea, Alicia Rain, and top 5 in the all around, I can see them leaving Charlize home.
But there's no way Shilese isn't top 5 all around.
If everybody else started chunging in Arminar and she's still stuck on the DT.
No, it's just not gonna happen. She has the numbers. Like, she has a big enough advantage numbers wise. They weren't right behind her this year domestically.
No, but then she doesn't have. Last year domestically, her only real challenge outside of Simone was Sky Blakely, and Sky kept flopping, so she really had no challenge. This year, that's not the case. She has Suni, and it depends on what Suni's for to do. She have Gabby, it depends on what Gabby's for to do. She have Trinity Thomas, it depends on what Trinity Thomas for to do. If y'all don't believe Jordan Childs is about to turn up this year, then you're crazy. Jordan is really for to turn up this year on everybody. It depends on what Connor got up her sleeve, because I mean, Connor was the national champion over her.
You're so right. She has a lot more competition.
Like
But
last year,
it doesn't mean the girls who were there last year flopping won't flop this year.
absolutely, absolutely. It's just, and then Charlize, we all know Charlize have more upgrades to do too. It's just, is she gonna do them? Because we've been seeing Charlize train these upgrades for like 4 years. Have we ever seen her compete one? No. The one big upgrade that she threw last year, she never even put a training video for it. Nobody knew she was trying that triple L turn.
That's true.
Hi, John. How does Jordan Charles make the team?
Oh, didn't she do her? Didn't she add her aerial layout step back, or did she already have that?
Charlize?
Yeah, I think she added that.
She did
Unless
it
she was
one
doing
time,
it in 20.
but it wasn't like a. She did it one time. I think she did it at trials or the training camp for trials or something. She never did it
Oh,
again.
in 2021, you mean?
Mm-hmm. 2 flips and 3 twists. This is how Jordan Childs make the team. You see how we're talking about Gabby and Suni on bars and beam? If Jordan stopped doing bars and beam and just focused on doing the hardest vaults that she can do and doing the best bar exercise routines that she can do, I think Jordan would beat Jay Carey easily. Is Jordan Childs going to make that decision? No. Is Jordan Childs going to try to do this all-around program? Yes. So there is a spot for Jordan on this team. She just needs to have a come to Jesus moment with her gymnastics talents and realize she's a vaulter floor exercise specialist and go that route. I mean, in my opinion, she can completely stop doing bars and beam. Just focus on getting her chung and arm in her back and putting together a floor routine that's going to wow the people. And there's Jordan Childs on the team.
What does Jocelyn need to do to make the team?
Same thing.
Jade Carey?
Same thing.
Kalia Lincoln?
Wait till next quad.
Okay. Yeah.
The issue with Kalia Lincoln, she just doesn't have hard enough vaults. It's wonderful as her floor routine is.
But she should keep doing the all around next spot.
Kalia would need somebody. Kalia best 2 events are beam and floor. So her best shot at trying to make the team is being a beam and floor specialist. That's just such a hard 2 events to specialize in because then you need somebody to just do vault and bars. I don't know if we have any girl on the team this year who are vaulters and bar workers.
Jordan, Leanne, Charlize.
Maybe, yeah. So, speaking of the upgrades, do you have the video of Sky Blakely's upgrade on B? Because Sky Blakely was like, y'all would not forget about me. Y'all would not, all this work I put in this quad, y'all would not forget about me.
Did you post it?
Huh?
Did you post it on your Twitter?
Yes. And going back to Charlize, if Suni is ready for the all around,
And she had Carly Patterson comments on her post. Something she complimented Sky, and she won the Olympics with Sky's coach in 2004.
Yeah.
20 years ago. That would be cute if she won the silver on beam at the Olympics and was like, hey, we have matching beam silvers.
So a front handspring, front pike. Have we ever seen somebody compete that combination before?
I think at least one gymnast, and they were European, and I think it was in the 2000s, maybe 2006.
Didn't Brooklyn Morris try that combination?
Maybe she did it like once. I know she tried, she competed front aerial, front tuck.
Front tuck. I think she was trying both of them in a routine one year. I think she was doing front area, front tuck, and I think she was trying to do front handspring, front pike. I think. I'm not no Brooklyn Morris fan like that. I could be dead ass wrong.
No, it's totally possible. I just don't know.
They can put them both on the same team because the lie is Suni is not weak on floor. The only thing that's hampering Suni's floor is her kidney issue. But Suni is not weak on floor. Suni might be weak on ball. Go ahead.
I think actually it was a Ukrainian in like 2011 or 12. I'm gonna keep looking.
I think it was a Ukrainian girl at one of those junior worlds or Olympic games because she's the one who would pause at the end of the beam for like 17 minutes.
Oh, that's another gymnast from Ukraine. You're right. I wasn't even thinking of that one. That's much more recent. It's Anastasia, not Koval. What's her name? And she retired.
Mm-hmm.
Good memory. Okay, we can't remember the names.
Two flips and three twists that we've seen many people do the front handspring front pike. My bad, friend. My bad. It's a beautiful combination, I expect. Because isn't a front pike a E? So isn't it the same as like somebody doing a back handspring back layout?
No. In which way? Like it gets the same amount of value? Or what?
Yeah, because isn't a back layout an E? So a back handspring back layout should get the same as a front handspring front pike.
Someone told me recently, I don't actually have I haven't read the whole code. So I just ask a lot of questions. I feel comfortable asking questions. And someone said that round off layout is 4.1, not 0.2. I thought it was 0.2, just like front handspring. Front tuck is 0.2.
Maybe because maybe the round off and the back handspring are A skills, and maybe the front handspring is a B skill.
Anastasia Motok. She was the European team champion in 2020.
You let them know, John. We deal with opinions over here. I'm just joking, everybody. But we are an opinion-based show. So we talk a lot of opinions. But we do accept facts, too. So if you have the facts behind the opinions, always speak the facts. And let us gather our opinions in the correct manner. Okay. Somebody else. Oh, gosh. So other people are upgrading too. It's not just the Americans, because Ellie Black and clearly Melanie trains at WCC all the time. Also,
I was
posted
so
some.
happy to see that she was like back there. I for some reason thought I wasn't sure she would be because I hadn't seen and heard about it. And but she had competed in France since the last time I saw her in the U.S., which was August.
Well, you know, France is gonna give that girl whatever they want now. Like, she literally won the bronze
Thank
medal for
God.
them. Like,
Thank goodness.
so I didn't post those, but they're on the WCC Twitter page if you want to find them, Oscar. You don't have to.
No, I think I reposted them, so it's easy.
Okay. And that's where Charlize, everybody. Okay, I'm so sorry. So
No,
Melanie is upgrading to an M-bar full turn. And I realized I've never seen Melanie do this skill before. I was watching like she never done an M-bar. No, she used to just do an M-bar to her coma bar or M-bar half, but she never went for the M-bar full.
Interesting.
Yes, we saw Alice Almenar. We're getting there next. It's so many upgrades, you guys. It's so many upgrades.
Wait, don't you think that Melanie looks like really fit, like really in great form?
Yeah, she looks good. She looks
She
good.
looks good to me.
She looks strong and healthy. Like her confidence is back. And her
And
M bars are so beautiful. Like Melanie has one of the best M bar techniques.
so this M-bar full looks totally doable for computable. I mean, it's not where it is gonna be, but it looks like could be added to her routine this year. Is all I know.
Where do you see that skill being at the routine? And 2 flips, 3 twists. I love that they're increasing the age limit. So I guess we're going to talk about that next. So just let me pin this comment so I can remember to get back to it. Okay.
I could
Where do you
see
see
it
them adding the
before her Van Leeuwen.
Huh?
I could see it before her Van Leeuwen.
Oh, that would be okay.
That's worth point two.
I'm thinking maybe there's because it's a part of her routine where she just does a regular giant full. Maybe they're trying to replace the giant full with this M-bar full. In my mind.
No, because she's doing the Chappage Stalder half, or what is it? An M-bar half?
She do one.
I
She
think
does
she
one
Stalder half.
Maloney to a giant full, and then she does a child to a straddle half. So she counted 2 C
Yeah.
skills in that.
Okay, I don't think she can do an M-bar full there. Like she can't. It can't be the exact same. I think maybe she could add it before the Chappage.
Or maybe before her dabs.
No, that's
But that
what
would
giant full is.
Oh.
I mean, that would be great, but that seems like the hardest. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah. And we also have Ellie Black, who was at WCC over this weekend. And she was training how to do a Weiler kit.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, oh my gosh, gad that.
I'm just like surprised she hasn't done this skill before. It seems like so hard coded.
It doesn't seem like she has the shoulder flexibility, really.
Well, she's not taking it to handstand here, but this is just like training. So
And then people went full out with that. They was like, she's training a Godwin. She's training a Godwin to her Pat. I mean, to her Pike Jaeger. And I'm like, that would be
that
one hell of
also
a break.
seems like her coded. Like she's very much a gymnast who takes advantage of the skills that work for them and doesn't necessarily do all the skills, all the different types of skills.
Correct.
Just enough, kind of. Okay, next video. Is that okay?
Yes.
Miss Alice Kinsella.
Alice Kinsella is, again, trying for this Arminar. Like, GB, for whatever reason, feels like the Arminar is their ticket to beat in Brazil for this silver medal at the Olympic Games.
Wait,
I would say this. I feel like GB is strategizing these Arminars and it's feeling like that's their lot to a medal at the Olympic Game is these Arminar vaults.
I really wonder how she feels about this vault. Like, I think she wants to do it. That's what it seems like. But for all I know, she could be like so scared to do it. Or maybe she's scared to do it but wants to do it. I guess that's a third option.
Because her and Ruby Evans are really pushing this vault. And I think they're training Odine with this vault too, because I've seen somebody saying that she's training this vault too, Odine of Champion. Would the Jaeger full be worth the same as a Nabs full?
No. Would it?
In theory, the Nabs full should be worth more because the Nabs is worth more than the laid out Jaeger, but no, it's not. They're both Fs. Yeah, they should be worth the same, in my opinion.
Good point.
Alice, what I would say for Alice is that vault doesn't look scary. It doesn't look like she's going to tear her ACL like it used to look. But maybe that's just that one particular vault. We don't know what all her vaults look like.
Okay, what are Alice's like peak Olympic all around scores? What is she getting on this Almanar? 14, 6, 5, 14, 7.
With her Arminar, I would say she would be getting somewhere like a 14.
Not on average. This is her peaking at the Olympics.
Oh, her peaking.
She's having the competition of her life.
For that vault right there we just saw, I would give it like a 14.4, 14.5.
But that's she's performing it better than she is in the video in this situation.
14.4, 14.5, because they only ever score her DTY at her best at like 13.7.
I don't think that's true. Is that true?
She has a lot of built-in points. Her DTY isn't that high in the air. She does that Russian leg split thing. She crosses her legs in the air. It's kind of tough.
I agree that the deductions are there. I was just talking about the score. Okay, 2022 World Team Final. Alice scored 14.133. The all-around final, she scored 14.166.
Oh, so she scores around a 14.1 on her DTY.
Team finals 2023. She did not do well in the all-around. Oh, you had her 2023 score, 13.766.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. 2020.
That was the final where she was added like minutes before because
Okay, so
Jessica was
that's
so
where I'm
bad.
getting my impression from Last Worlds because that's what I remember her scoring around like a 13-7. So the
And
fact
we
that she
didn't
can
see
even
her.
do an Arminar because her, if we're just being honest, her Yurchenko double is kind of wonky. It's not like the best Yurchenko double in the world. It's kind of scary. It's given like Ethor Darter. Like I see in training videos, you can pull it around. Do I actually ever need to see you compete one? No, because I'm scared.
Oh, this is. Let's look at Valentina Georgieva's.
The girl with the naps for is this young lady who's going to the University of Alabama. Oscar said her name earlier in the show.
Who?
The girl who also did the Pike Jaeger, the laid out Jaeger full, and then she did the naps full. She's going to Alabama.
It's Chloe Lecourcier.
Chloe LeCourcier. I'm so sorry.
Ooh, this was her from 2022.
No, she did both from 22. Okay, go ahead.
I don't think this is where she got injured. So that was her DTY. Pretty good, right?
Play it again. I wasn't paying no attention.
Sure.
Alice.
She's from. Where's she from? I think she's from Bulgaria.
Where are you playing, Oscar? Like I'm so lost right now.
There's another gymnast, Valentina Georgieva, who I told you about on a previous show.
Okay.
She trained an Almanar training video. And I'm showing you
okay.
the DTY to see.
Okay.
I think it's just as good as Alice Cancelo's DTY, if not better. Yes? No?
Can we play Chloe's? They're asking in the. Can we play Chloe's videos of her laid out? Do you have them? Because we will have to look for them people.
Yeah,
Of Chloe
I know where to find them.
Okay.
What do you think about this one?
Almanars under this code of points are just so scary to me because they're just, again, unless your name is Simone Biles or Makayla Maroney, it's just really not worth it in my opinion. But I do understand that if you can't do a Chong, you have to do something harder than the DTY right now if you really want to medal on vault or, be competitive in the all around. It's just when your DTY is already janky, it's a very hard upgrade for an Arminar. It's like if Jocelyn Robinson was just start throwing Arminar videos, I would be like,
no, it would not be like that. Hers is not on the level of either of those two gymnasts. In my opinion.
People feel like they're worth it 2 flips because they're trying to push the difficulty, right? Because an Arminar is still only worth 2/10 less than a Chong. So your DTY is worth 6/10 less than a Chong. So that's what the mindset is at, right? For us, like it's only worth 4/10 more than a DTY. We understand that. For them, it's still only worth 2/10 less than a Chong versus a DTY worth 6/10 less than a Chong. And this is that Bulgarian girl, right, Oscar? Or
No, the Bulgarian girl is doing the Almanar.
no, this is Chloe. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, this is Chloe. She's a freshman at Alabama. And she did this as a junior elite. And you can Here's
But
a
for
video.
GB, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Everybody asking me questions at the same time. So let me answer this question. Then we're gonna focus on this video. For GB, I feel like they feel like I don't feel this way. They're trying to secure themselves a place on the medal podium, right? And they feel like as good as a volume team as Brazil is, they don't have Almenars. They have one Chung and two beautiful DTYs. They're trying to beat that because they feel like the Americans are going to throw three Chung. It's very possible. So they feel like they need to be somewhere in between that. So they're trying to do one Chung and two Almenars. Let's see how that works out for them.
That was their strategy last year. How can you say that we know? How can anyone say that they know their strategy this year?
Because all their gymnasts are trying these Almenars this year. So it's clearly a strategy. Like they believe in those Almenars. They're trying to be
Maybe
the
Jennifer is ditching the Chung because she got injured, and she's really going for the Zamolochikova.
Oscar. They're saying, "Wait, it's me. Let me try to make the video big, you guys, so y'all can see the nabs full. Hold on.
No, this isn't the Nabsful. This is a Japanese gymnast, Rin Kawabata, from 2021.
Okay.
And she's doing a full twist and layout Jaeger, but really, this is who I was saying. It looks like she cheats the twist, not in the air, and then it's like a ginger. And I think there was
Two
also
flips. I'm always burning one friend. Story.
there was
Story to you. Yeah, Suni is going to be the first person to actually compete it. All these other girls, they did them in training, but nobody's ever competed it. And that one, yeah, it should not get credit as a Jaeger full laid out.
This is gonna be this. She also did the full twist in Navier, but in training.
Okay.
Oh, it's so crazy. Her teammates look really excited, so obviously it's not like a regular thing for her.
The girlies are lucky Chloe isn't an elite level gymnast, baby, and is trying to win bars titles.
So true. Was there another one, or was that it?
I think that was it. Somebody else had an
Photo of
upgrade.
everyone.
Somebody else had an up. Hold on, let me check Twitter real quick. Don't close it out.
Can you see this photo?
A training camp?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who are these three girls? One of them is Brooke. One of them is Jordis. I think this is Jordis, if you can see my mouse. But who is this? Is this Lily Hudson? Or not Lily Hudson, Lily. Do you know? They
I
didn't
have no
tag her
idea.
either, but they tagged everyone else.
No. No idea. None whatsoever. Maybe it's another Canadian girl who came to WCC to train.
I really want to know. Like, put her name out there. Give her some attention. You really tagged everyone else.
And going back to the comment that I have posted from Two Flips, I think the age limit raise is a great thing. I don't believe in the just because the girl is 13 and can do a triple back means she should be on the Olympic team. I feel like her coaches should be better coaches and not have a 13-year-old do a triple back. I feel like one of the biggest issues in gymnastics is the people in charge, the adults in the room, the coaches, the systems, or whatever, take so much advantage of these children because they're 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. They can't make decisions. They sell these girls' parents these fever dreams of Olympics and gold medals and millions of dollars, and everybody's going to be the next Mary Lou Retton. And it just never works out that way for the majority of the people in the sport. We always have the outliers who it does work out for. Nastia, Simone, to some extent, the girls. I just personally feel, especially now, we see that it's a lie that a girl body can't keep up until she's in her 20s. That's a lie. That's a lie that they've been feeding us for years, that the girls are better when they're younger. That's a lie. The girls are just more mindless when they're younger. The coaches can tell a girl to, on her broken foot, do a DTY. And the 14-year-old is going to be like, the grown man told me to do a DTY and I don't feel like getting yelled at, so I'm going to do it. Whereas a 19-year-old, hopefully, it's not always the case, but hopefully, can have the wherewithal to be like, fuck you, my leg is broke, I'm not going to do this. So, that is why I feel like, especially now, one of the big issues, and it's not just an American thing, it's not a GB thing, it's the entire sport of gymnastics thing. We have let these adults take too much advantage of these children. We have let these parents not be parents and idolize these coaches and let these people sell them all these fever pitches and dreams. I think that the age of being 18 is fair. It's fair and it's right.
That all makes sense to me.
But Robinson made the team at 16. I'm sure she'll make it again when she's 18 too. I mean, and look, and Jocelyn, if that's the example that you're gonna use, I'm just gonna say her coaches would have done better by her by teaching her the proper technique of things. So she wouldn't just be throwing things around. Hey Nisha, no, we haven't gotten to Ezra. Ezra is a teenager. He has school. We got on very late, so I didn't want Ezra to get on. But Ezra will get on probably tomorrow, if not tomorrow, eventually, because he got some explaining to do about UCLA. Because UCLA, we ain't even talking about college gymnastics in this go round, but we can. We ain't even there yet. We not even there yet.
What do you think about this other routine from Sky Slakely? For Melanie, not be able to pack, Imbarful, Kamova, Bahard Wash, Van Leeuwen, Higgins, Elgrib Giant Half, double layout full out, 6.6.
It's just a lot of those skills she stopped doing.
Like the
Like-
Bahard Wash. But she brought back the comb over too.
Yeah. But she only brought it back after Worlds. So I mean, it's a lot of gymnastics for her, but I believe in her talent.
I don't know. That's an interesting way to phrase it, that all the 16-year-olds have no business being at a world championships at 16. Is that how you would put it, Makayla?
It's not that I feel like they have no business being at the world championships at 16. What I feel like is, as fans, as fans now, as fans,
They're both
actually, John,
E.
both of the
So.
skills are both the exact same in the quota points. That's why we don't see the comb over one anymore, because they're both at the cap at E. But anyways, as fans, I think we need to check sometimes our expectations and look at the reality of the situation, right? The reality of the situation is, as fans, we see the girls at 15 and 16, and they can do all of the tricks in the world, right? Their leaps and their splits are crap, but they can do all of the tumbling in the world. They can do all of the vaults, all of the release moves, all of the things on beam. But their fundamentals aren't there because their coaches are, especially under this code of points where they don't give a damn about really execution and stuff like that. They're just forcing them to do tricks and tricks and tricks over and over and over again without the proper technique, without the proper skill advancement. Like, these girls be out here doing mores and can't do a double layout. These
What
girls are
did you
out here
mean
doing,
by this code of points isn't harsh on execution? Because that could have meant more than one thing. Do you mean just not having a 10.0 system?
yes, if you're doing a hard enough routine, it really doesn't matter what your execution is because your score is going to be good, i.e. J carry.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
i.e. Jocelyn Robertson. Kalia Lemore. It would be so sad that if we didn't get her at this Olympic Games, but I imagine if she was a little bit older.
Or the actual world uneven bars champion, Xiao Ziyuan, who beat her. She's also 16.
Especially with the Chinese. Okay, let me go. Remind me to get back to the Chinese girls. But I promise y'all, when that age limit change for the Chinese girls, we're going to see a totally, completely different Chinese team. Or maybe for like the first 2 years, they're going to struggle, but then they're going to have no other choice but to pick a different type of gymnast, and then we're going to see them be vaulters. We're going to see vaults from them. We're going to see tumbling passes from them because they're going to have no other choice but to pick a different type of gymnast.
Well, they could fail. They could just lose and stick with the same gymnast.
But even with them, I don't think that's a bad strategy because their gymnasts get better the older they get. It's just China throws them away once they get to be about 18, 19 years old.
On bars and beam?
On bars and beam. They hang on to their skills on bars and beam. It's the vaults. They learn how to do, the older they get, they learn how to do DTYs. They learn how to do harder tumbling passes. Like, their bodies.
It's like a recent trend, but I really think that's a recent trend. You think this is you've been watching it longer than me, so you tell me.
We have no history because as soon as the Chinese gymnasts turned 16, they used to throw them girls away. Like, so we have no history.
Let's say from 2000, 2004.
Okay. No, I got you. I got a great example. if you look at the '08 team, right, how they went to the Olympics and won the gold medal, right? They picked a different group of girls. A lot of those girls from the '08 team, I think 2 or 3 of those girls held on to 2012. Was it 2?
Chung Fei and
Not Fei.
Zhang Lin. Oh, sorry, wrong Olympics. Hukusin.
Chang Fei went from '04 to '08, which is still
Hukusin and Zhang Lin. And Sui Lu was competing in 2008, but she just didn't make the team.
correct. And
Was there a third one?
I think one of the girls tried for 2012. She just didn't make it.
Oh, yeah, I think Yang Yilin probably tried for 2012. And Jiang Yu Yuan.
Yeah, I think they both tried. But my point is, in '08, China picked a different group of girls. They picked a different group of girls with a different body type. They were, when I say bigger, I don't mean fat. I just mean bigger. Like literally, they weren't the little tiny little girls that they normally pick. They were bigger athletes. They had balls. They could tumble. They had the complete package. It's because they just picked a different group of girls that quad. And those group of girls was able to hang on through to the next quad. Not all of them made it, but in like 2 of them made it, which is for China, they really recycle their teams every year. Like it's very rare for a girl to make 2 Chinese Olympic teams. I think
Yeah,
OU
Kuai Yuan Yuan and Liu Swan.
US Swan did it in from she made 06 in 2000.
And so did Kuai Yuan Yuan. Kui Yuan Yuan.
And the other girl who I made the video about did too.
That's who you
That's-
made a video about.
Yeah, I know. It's somebody else though. Oh my gosh.
From those 2 Olympics or different ones?
I think it's another girl from. If she didn't make the team, she held on. She tried.
There
But
were
again,
a bunch, actually. More than
and
one.
again, in '06, not '06, 2000, 1996, they picked a different body type of girls. In '96, probably was their best Olympic team that they picked. Did they fall a lot? Yes, but just they should have been the Olympic champions that year. As much as I love the Magnificent Seven, if the Chinese would have did what they could have done, there was no team on the face of this earth that would have beat them.
And they should have qualified to more event finals.
Mm-hmm.
It's really sad how few they qualified to.
So, going back to the original, because I went all over the map, I just personally feel, and no, you're not right. You can feel how you want to feel because this is a sport, right? Everybody has the right to have their opinion. The girls, I feel like keeping the age as teenagers, even though as fans we will see more tricks, in the long run, I think this age raise thing benefits the girls. And I know they don't feel this way now. I know they feel like they're being robbed of something. But in the long term, it's a good thing.
They've done a similar thing before. Like it's not like that we have an experience to use for reference.
Correct. In the long term, it's going to be a good thing because in the long term, the girls who are juniors, we're going to see a lot less injuries of juniors, hopefully, because the junior career is going to be an actual career now. It's not going to be, I'm here this 1 year doing this just to get my name out there. Think of a girl like Caitlin Ohashi. Think of a girl like Rebecca Bross. You see how hurt they were as soon as they couldn't even think of a girl like Nora Flatley. Think of a girl like
Victoria Wynn.
Like all of these girls should have been elite level superstars because they were that good as juniors. But their coaches had them doing stupid hard routine as juniors So about time they even turned senior, they were already broken. They were already destroyed. Think how many Russian gymnasts that we never saw turn senior. Think of how many. Well, let's do that. Think of the damn Italian team, child. Look at all of the damn Italian girls that just get destroyed as juniors because they're just doing things that just makes no sense for their timeline. Correct. Hopefully, with this change, the coaches would back off a little bit as the girls are little. Clearly, you have to teach them the stuff when they're younger so they can hold on to it. I get that, but it could be more like, "Hey, let's try this." Not like you have to do it perfectly now because at 13 you're gonna make it the Olympic team, so you have to get it right now. Like, hopefully, their bodies can adjust, and we also see. We also see that like a girl like Simone. Simone wasn't that great as a junior. I'm not saying she was like crappy, but we also see with this open code, being a great junior really don't equate to your senior career at all anymore. Like before, it used to be the second you turn senior for the
Are you still?
Americans.
What about Simone though? Because to an extent you can say that it does, because she was the junior, so whatever champ on vault, and then she won all these vault titles. She also was the U.S. vault champion as a senior.
I hear what you're saying about her being the vault champion, but in the overall greater scheme of things, in my opinion, her junior career was kind of like, she's gonna be a great person in NCAA, right? That was Simone's junior career. Then Simone turned senior, and then you be like, oh, okay, we get it now. But it wasn't until she turned senior that you saw it. As a junior, you was just like, she's gonna score some tens over there at UCLA.
Maybe that's just because she got a lot better in that year.
And that's the point I'm saying, that sometimes in this modern era of gymnastics, the girls get better with age. Like, look at Ellie Black.
But
Her
she
first
also has a coach who has been really vocal about how careful she was to pace Simone.
correct. Amy, but look how again that's like Amy paced Simone so good that Simone is still learning things now in her mid-20s.
Yeah.
Whereas in the old way of doing things, they would have burned Simone out a long time ago, like they did Caitlin Ohashi. Hell, even Gabby Douglas is still around.
What would you say? Nia Dennis got burnt out? Is she in that group too?
Yes, absolutely. Because whether y'all
Bailey
remember this,
Key.
Bailey Key definitely. Whether y'all remember this or not, even Reagan Smith to a lesser extent, but kinda. Um, Nia Dennis was supposed to be one of those girls going into what was her quad? Tokyo? No, Rio. Nia Dennis had one of the most beautiful Arabians, standing Arabians on beam ever done by anybody of all time. Um, what else? I'm so sorry. Okay. So I'm over the age. How do you feel about the age limit thing? I know I can go on many a tyrant and tangents about this. As somebody a little bit younger than me, how do you feel about this? Oscar?
Sorry, I muted myself. I said I don't think I really know what I want, and I don't know how I want it to go. So it's really important that other people are like talking, especially older people, so I can just get as much information and perspective as possible to make an informed decision. Luckily, I'm not making that decision. I
Mhm.
think all the points you made are super sound, and I didn't mean to say that two flips, three twists was wrong, or their opinion was wrong. Like, I guess the real only other side to it is that they can perform exciting skills, right? They can
Yeah,
be excellent, but they're sacrificing something. So really, they can sacrifice their time, those 2 years that would be senior years, put them put into their junior career more effort, more time. Hopefully, there are like more junior meets created if that happens.
correct. And plus now there is a whole junior career, right? It's not just I'm a junior and I can't win. There's a junior Olympics, there's a junior world. Like you can have a legitimate and there's a legitimate junior code of points that are different than the elite code of points where you can set your skill set there and then progress. I kind of like it. I really do. Like, I don't know. I kind of think it's going to be better for the sport in the long run.
Yeah, I think it totally could be. By the way, shout out to Podorak fan. I love Gabrielle Podorak.
I do too. Um, yeah, and plus, like we seen like with the Russian girls and figure skating, right? And that was the point I just saw in the comment section. We see how like they manipulate those teenage Russian girls, right? Like we seen in that Olympic Games how much they manipulate those teenagers, right?
Yeah, I guess I should
Don't
rewatch it.
I should rewatch it too. Don't be fooled to think that they don't do that same shit in gymnastics, right? And don't be fooled to believe it's just a Russian thing. Like the Americans don't do it.
What do you think about how she coaches the most top athletes? Like she has so much power as a coach.
It reminds me a lot of the way Bella had the American system going on.
Completely. So I want to know, is there an equivalent currently in the US, or how do you compare it to the US right now? The coaches.
Just a singular coach having that much power.
How the power is spread amongst the coaches right now in the US.
I think in the US right now, the, the Americans aren't dumb. They realize that people don't really like the coaches getting all that attention and stuff. So they're really trying to back away from the coaches. But John Perry, you're right. Laurent Landy is kind of that figure in gymnastics right now where he is like the one that NBC talks about the most. He's the one that NBC gives the mic to. When he is putting tape on Simone ankles, they sit there for 15 minutes and listen to their interaction between each other.
He has his wife speak for him sometimes also.
Correct.
How do you think that Valeri feels about all that? He gave him his first job in the country. Is that true, or were they somewhere else before?
I have
I
no
don't want to
idea.
get that wrong. Sorry,
I,
that was a bold statement.
I feel like with Valeri and Anna, this is why Valeri is bringing Anna into the fold, so some of the heat can get off of him. He understands that the husband-wife dynamic, when you're one person, all of the heat gets to you. But when you're a team, you know, the heat gets spread across evenly. And sometimes when the heat is on the man, the woman can go off and smooth the situation over, kind of like with LaRon and Cecile. I feel like
Did Marta do that for Bella? In your opinion?
Marta, absolutely, absolutely. That's why,
Beth
God, I mean,
Rybecki?
huh?
Beth Rybecki too?
See, the Rebecca's weren't. Beth was the star in that. Like NBC really tried to push Steve, but nobody gave a fuck about Steve. Rebecca. Everybody cared about Beth because she was the Olympian. Um, I feel like Valeri knows he fucked up already. He knows that nobody wants to see Valeri Lukian as no kind of national team coordinator, no kind of leadership position. So what he's trying to do is, oh, y'all hate me? Well, Anna, y'all don't hate Anna, and Anna's gonna do what I tell her to do. So that's why when Connor came back, they really tried to push the narrative that Anna was Connor's coach, not Larry.
But what do you think he thinks about Laurent? He did give him a job, that's for sure. Him and her and Cecilia. They're at Woga.
Um,
Did he usurp or like overcome him, overshadow him?
I really don't think he thinks nothing about them really. Like I think he's like, okay, they left out there. They're going over there to
So where else is the power distributed in the U.S. coaching?
it's a lot behind the scenes. That's where I'm so glad you asked the question again. It's a lot behind the scenes because one of the most powerful coaches in USA Gymnastics is Mary Lee Tracy and Kelly Hill.
Kelly Hill
They
is
were,
the head of something right now.
mm-hmm. Like it's a lot. What they've done is they took all the coaches with the
Brian
power.
Carey also, and Kitsia Carpenter.
Correct. What they done was they took all of the coaches with all of the power and put them behind the scenes. They're taking them out of the spotlight. They're taking all of the questions and the heat off of them, and they're putting it on this new generation of people. Trust and believe USA Gymnastics are not slick. I see past it. People see past it. With USA Gymnastics, they need to fire every single body. Every single body. Your favorites. Jay Carey's father needs to be fired. Chelsea Minimo's father
Immediately.
needs to be fired. Like it's everybody, and they need to start completely over from scratch. It's never gonna happen. But even the people that y'all up here talking about the Gravas.
So what about the personal coaches? Those don't change.
No,
Club
they keep it.
coaches.
I'm just talking about the positions in USA Gymnastics needs to change. I'm not
Yes, well,
saying
how does it affect the club or the coaches that are also work at USAG in some capacity?
they need to go back to their clubs and worry about their clubs and not worry about USAG. We got it. Kelly Hill, go to Hills Gymnastics and figure out why Dominique Dawes hates you. Stop worrying about USA Gymnastics. Because you lucky Dominique Dawes' name isn't Makayla Soul Speed because, baby, you would be on blast.
Do they need to fire Betty?
Who is Betty?
Betty Okino.
Yes.
The choreographer.
Yes. Sorry. Sorry, Betty Okino. You know you're one of my favorite gymnasts of all time. But I don't trust y'all Bella Caroli gymnasts other than Dominique Mucciano. I don't. Especially not you and Kim Zamesco. I absolutely do not trust y'all because y'all definitely have drunk in the Kool-Aid and USA Gymnastics have definitely taken care of you two over the years. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I love you. I don't trust it.
Anyone else that holds power in the US?
Alicia Sacramone Quinn.
Because there's like a clear correlation between potential for abuse and power in coaches. Just like you're originally saying with a Thierry Toots, whatever.
Uh-huh.
Like she has so much room to manipulate the girls and no one's holding her accountable, really. At least in the Russian camp, from an outside perspective.
I don't feel like, in all honesty, your parent should be able to coach you. Sorry, I don't.
Ooh. Like that's a USAG thing? That should be.
Like everybody isn't Andy Member. Like I don't think like I'm saying I don't okay with Andy Member. I think he's a really wonderful man. He's probably one of the best coaches in gymnastics history. It's just I feel like Andy, especially Andy Memo, we don't really look at him the way we should when it comes to all of the stuff that happens in USA Gymnastics. Because if you were able to protect your daughter so much from all of the negative shit, right? If none of the negative shit that was going on to everybody else wasn't going on to Chelsea, that means you were able to protect your child. That means you knew something enough to be able to protect her from it. And I think questions need to be asked from that perspective.
Okay, a little curiosity is healthy. That's all.
I'm telling you, it's just like with Chow and what's ASAC and Ali's coach name Mihai. Mihai, I know exactly why you ran to Australia because you would have to answer this question. How come Alicia Sacramone, who was your gymnast, who was a superstar, says that nothing ever happened to her, she was always protected? But your other superstar gymnast, Ali Raceman, there was no protection there. The question has to be asked. Did you know something to be able to protect one and not the other? Same situation, same circumstances. How can one have been abused so heavily and one not? They were on the same team.
We just don't know. It could be a multitude of things.
Again, I hate to do this. I need you, if we want to get to answers to these questions, I need for USA Gymnastics to really do an investigation on the 2018 because that is the only full team of girls. The only full team of girls where all 6 members says nothing has ever happened to them in no way, shape, or form. I'm not even saying SA. I'm just saying they don't feel abused. They all have jobs with USA Gymnastics. They all are commentators. They all have had successful careers outside of gymnastics. They're all still within the sport. They all still go to training camps. This is the only team of girls where.
Do you know if that includes the Olympic alternates?
No, I don't know. Ivana Han don't speak like that, so I don't know. So you telling me from '08, and then those exact same coaches basically coached the 2012 team, and the 2012 team is the most abused team of them all. All of the shenanigans was going on. All of the abuse was going on. Everybody was showing their ass. What was the difference in those 4 years? What happened between '08 when nothing was going on and 2012 when everything was going on?
That's a very concise way of putting it. I don't think I've ever heard you put it that way.
Sean Johnson spoke out recently about the bad doctor prescribing her pain medications, yes. But that's not the level, and I know she's making it, and we're all like, he's evil, but that's not the level of abuse that everybody else was going through. The pain medication was just the most mildest form of abuse that the 2012 team was going through. Like, I'm sure Makayla Maroney wished that all he was doing to her was giving her pain medication, because they were doing the most to those girls in 2012. And then we go back to '08. We love our coaches so much. I'm taking my children to go see Child. I'm taking my kids to go see Mihai. Whereas 2012, it's like, fuck them coaches and everything. Like, there's just something like,
Oh. I think also really a suspicious part of this that I just remembered, sorry, is that Bridget Sloan's coach was really shady. What's his name?
oh, I know, I see his face. I can't think of his name.
Is his name Martin? I think he was really good friends with John Getter.
I think so. A lot of them were really good friends with John Getter. Tim Daggett was really good friends with John Getter.
Marvin Sharp. I'm looking him up.
There is just, and then again, like I said in the last show, and if we're going to investigate what people knew and what they didn't know, I need the biggest investigation of them all to be on NBC Sports, because they purposely and concisely edited out all of this shit so none of us could ever see it. The girls were saying that the coaches was literally yelling at them on TV. We never saw it.
Definitely. I just wanted to finish that thought. It turns
Go ahead.
out Bridget Sloan's coach, Marvin Sharp, he was accused of SA and molestation, and he committed suicide before he could be charged, I think. So I don't know for sure that Bridget Sloan, that's all I want to say, hadn't had abuse, hadn't spoken out about abuse in her history as a gymnast.
It is just so much. It is just so much. And then guess what? Sam Patrick used to go to that damn same gym too.
Oh, see, I didn't know that.
And then Sam left and went to the gym that she went to. And I'm lying. Bridget used to train at whatever gym that Sam. I don't remember how it went. I'm gonna shut up.
What was the other gym?
I just know after Beijing, Sam tried again for 1 year, and whoever she went, Bridget and Sam was training together for a year. That's all I remember. I don't remember how it went.
Then it must have been with Marvin Sharp.
It must have been.
Do you know which club Sam was at before?
I don't remember. I don't remember Sam Pejcik's career like that.
No, me neither.
it's just so much about. It's like with this whole SA thing and the abuse in gymnastics thing. It's like what I don't like about it is that they always get the easiest people to get right. Like I'm not saying it wasn't important to get Larry Nassar. Larry Nassar probably was one of the most important people to get, but he was such low hanging fruit in my opinion. Low hanging fruit.
His accomplices clearly sold him out.
Low hanging fruit. Clearly, he had already had pissed them people off, and they was like, "Okay, we're fine in there. We've been protecting you for years, no more."
It's so disgusting that like, all of it, that part.
Tim, and plus, going back to the conversation they're having in the comment section, Tim, Nastia, Elfie. Let me take Nastia out because Nastia wasn't. Well, they all of them were gymnasts, but let me take Nastia out. Tim and Elfie and the other guy, Al Troutwit, they've been around this sport for too long. Like Al Troutwit, until the day they fired his ass, acting like he didn't know shit about gymnastics when that man was literally commentating the damn 1986 Goodwill Games. Al Troutwit literally was commentating gymnastics for the last 30 to 40 years. They all, I need somebody to look into what they knew because they had, because Tim and Elfie were gymnastics fans. So not only were they a commentator, they was witnesses. They were there at the gym watching the shit. They saw all this shit. Why didn't they ever say something? They were the adults in the room.
Have you ever heard about this? That Al Troutwig apparently he like tweeted about Simone and said they may be mom and dad, but they are not her parents.
I think that's what was the thing that got Al Troutwit fired.
He took a personal leave due to problems with alcohol abuse.
I do remember that. I don't remember.
That's definitely what NBC wants, or what he thinks NBC wants, like someone to have that perspective of what is gymnastics, what's going on. I just flipped the channel.
I don't know. I don't know. Ever since they stopped doing it that way, though, they have to notice that their viewership has gotten better. Like the coverage. I know y'all don't like Terry. I personally love Terry. I hope Terry is the main person.
Oh wait, what do you like about him?
Hey, Oscar. Everybody are asking, can you find the tweet or can you find some kind of news article where they talked about it? Because I don't remember the exact quote. But he did.
I have it right here. That's why I like.
See, this is why we love Oscar. Oscar keeps them fats, baby. Oscar keeps them fats.
But it's deleted, like the tweet. There's not a screenshot. That's what I don't have, actually. But I haven't really looked for it either, so it might exist.
He said something like, Nelly and whatever her dad's name is, maybe her mom and dad, but they're not her parents, they're her grandparents or something like that. I think he was trying to be funny and I don't know. Nelly and Ron, yes.
Here. I did find it. Someone said, "Hey, Al Troutwig, stop calling her parents her grandfather and his wife. A, Nellie is more important than his wife. B, they are her parents." And then he responded, "They may be mom and dad, but they're not her parents." So, like, it took it upon himself.
That's
It's disrespectful. It's unprofessional.
I'm going to say this. Please, that's a white man doubling down on his whiteness, baby. That's a white man who's like, bitch, you is not for to check me. Oh, that's horrible. And that's why Al Chartwood got fired. If anybody ever wondering, that's it. Don't when you adopt somebody, you become that child's parent? Isn't that the whole reason why you're adopting somebody?
I don't actually know. Do you become their parent or their guardian, legal guardian?
I think that's the whole point of an adoption is to become the legal parent.
Oh, you can be a guardian without adopting.
Yes.
See, I know so little. Sorry.
I think that's like a foster family, right? Is when you are somebody's guardian, you're fostering them, you're their guardian, but you're not technically taking them on into your family. When you adopt somebody, that's when you're technically taking them on as your child. Like you have all the same rights as if you gave birth to them. I believe that's the difference.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
But even that, like it's not like she was like I hate this whole narrative that people put like she was in foster care. I mean, maybe for like a day, but she always was with her biological mother is is her father's daughter. So it's not like this is so weird. Like this happens in people's families all the time. Like
No, he was the weird one. NBC could have gotten a lot more backlash for my taste.
yeah, I know. Like they weren't like in foster care, and then Ron and Ellie just took them off of foster care and just no, like Ron's daughter was on drugs, had Simone, well had all of her brother had her sisters, and I think her brother. Her father was like, "This ain't finna go down. I'm finna take these kids in," and the rest is history. Her like I just don't. It's old.
Two
It's
Flicks,
not.
Three Twists. Have you read Maggie Nichols' new book? Is it a memoir? There's an introduction written by Simone
Mm-hmm.
that I've been dying to get my hands on. If anyone has a PDF, send it in the chat, please.
I know, but like people act like, especially Caucasians, act like this. Like, do you know how many people I know who grandparents raised them, and to the point where they don't even look at their own parents as their parents, they look at their grandparents as their parents. Like, it's so common. Like, I just don't understand why this is such a big deal for her. Um, I can't think of anything else that happened in elite gymnastics that I really am that concerned about or feel the need to talk about. So I will say this. LSU, what y'all better do? I'm not LSU, I'm so sorry. UCLA, what y'all better do on vault? What the hell y'all better do on vault? Because this is redonkulous. Like, What's the point of having one and a half so that your one and a half are going to be scoring 9-8? Like,
Wait, what do you think about this routine? Weiler half, Nabieva pack, Imbar full, come over to Bahard wash, then Lewin, full twisting double layout for 6-7.
for Melanie?
Who could do that routine?
Oh, wow. I have no idea. And John, yeah, that's a very common thing within people families. I'm not even gonna say within black households, within everybody households. Sometimes the person who gave birth to you isn't the person that raised you. Sometimes it's your aunt. Sometimes it's your grandparents. Sometimes it's your uncle. Sometimes it's you. It just happens. Damn. Damn, Nisha. Damn. That was I need to pin that one. That was the comment because UCLA, how y'all gonna let Ball State outbeat y'all, honey?
But didn't Ball State beat everyone except for LSU and OU?
Ball State, Ball State. I'm not gonna read y'all. I'm not gonna go ham. It's just y'all better enjoy that score because y'all is not gonna see that score again no time soon. They had so many tens. Like it was ridiculous, man. Like it didn't. Some of y'all gymnastics fans really think that's a flex. Y'all really like they went off. Y'all just hating. Okay.
I haven't seen that at all. Anyone you know saying that?
Oh yeah, I see. I try to if I can find them again, especially to me, people was like I was hating.
Oh, people are writing you. But these are
Mhm.
people who you know and like talk gymnastics with and share
Pretty much.
perspectives sometimes.
Sometimes people are like it's a good thing. Let other schools get the scores. The score shouldn't be gatekept by OU and LSU and so on and so forth. I was like, okay.
What would those people have to say about the deductions in the videos? Just that other people are getting deducted or are getting tens with deductions too?
Yeah, that's the argument.
That's a convenient argument for those
It
people.
is.
Just because it's convenient doesn't mean it's right.
It's not. And speaking of schools in Florida, y'all know y'all my faves. I love y'all down. I'm from Florida, literally. It's never too late to change floor routine. It's never too late just to go back to the routines I was using last year.
I know I like a lot of the routines better. Wait, I feel like you just skipped over UCLA. What was so bad? Was there anything so good? I feel like no one did their best routines really, except Emma, maybe.
Your floor rotations was very pretty. I'm sure you're gonna have some viral moments because that seems to be all y'all care about is going viral.
Can you remember any names or specific routines?
Even though I always pick on Brooklyn Morris about her sad dying clown routine, I kind of like the sad dying clown routine this year.
Oh, she's been hitting her routine. Not everyone has.
Um,
Oh, but you think it's
Florida's
also going to
always
go
going to be their
viral?
best event. Like it's very weird for somebody's best event to be floor, but that's their best event. But the other three events, like vault, is bad
Is,
for.
isn't Arkansas's best event floor?
Is it? I don't know. I don't follow them.
I think so.
Like vault is bad. Like and
Why? What's
Naya,
so bad? Who's bad? They
um,
had someone fall on a Yurchenko fall.
I'm gonna give you an answer. Naya Reed, you don't compete for Florida no more, so you can't be getting 9.9s with those 2 mile long hops. You compete for UCLA. So you're gonna have to learn how to stick that vault. If that's the vault you're gonna do,
Didn't she under rotate her ball this week?
I don't know. For whatever reason in my mind, I'm seeing her hop like a mile forward, but maybe that was the week beforehand.
She does both from time to time. So. Selena Harris had an uncharacteristic big hop on her ball.
Selena Harris, you gotta realize, baby girl, this is your team now, girl. This is your team.
Why did she look better as a freshman than now? I mean, even this early in the season last year, she looked better.
I think she didn't have as much pressure on her shoulders. I think Jordan helped
If
take a
that's
lot.
the truth, that sucks for UCLA, and that sucks for me because I'm a UCLA fan.
I think Jordan and all of the big name girls took a lot of the pressure off. But Selena is seeing that her and Shay are the only two consistent ones scoring scores. Everybody else is. It's like they might as well rename this team Selena and Shay and the girls because other than Selena and Shay.
I think Emma could be an all-arounder, right?
But see, they better lose Emma for the next couple of weeks because she's getting ready to try for the Olympics. Like,
Yeah. Just for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. That's all she said. She gave a specific number. And they're both before.
so all Mars does right now is bars and floor.
And then Brooklyn does vaults and floor. And Naya does vault and floor.
Y'all, oh, I love Mars so much. Y'all don't want to talk. I don't want to say what I'm going to say.
And then they have a bunch of like bars and beamers that I'm just not familiar with.
Maybe Mars could be an assistant coach. Maybe Mars could be the best cheerleader on the team. I know y'all got somebody else who can beat Mars on bars, right? I just know y'all do. I just know y'all do. I believe Brooklyn Morris could probably beat Mars on bars.
I haven't
Why
seen
not?
Mars on bars this year, so I really don't know how she's looking. I didn't see her
She's
fall this
anchor
week.
on bars, and out of the 3 times they competed, I think she's fallen twice.
No,
And
she
she's
only
an anchor.
broke her 5 or 6 year fall streak this year.
Yeah, she's not.
That's crazy that she had a 5-year hit routine streak. No falls.
And Bean, oh my God, I'm gonna look at bars as a fluke this meet because normally y'all are really bars and floor are the two events that I could count on UCLA. But Beam, what the hell is going on with this Beam lineup? Like in Florida, y'all might as well sit y'all asses down too, because y'all involved in this conversation too. What the fuck's going on Beam? Like,
What's going on? It's a I wish you would give more names.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think, and I'm trying not to be offensive because these are my two teams, right? I'm not picking on them. I love these two teams so much. They are my favorite two teams in the NCAA. So I'm kind of like,
Same.
ugh.
Is that true, actually? Yeah, I
What?
think so. I said same. They're my two favorite routines, but now I'm questioning it because I
Well, I
really
feel
like.
like for UCLA is just I don't understand these combinations that they're trying. Like, is the back handspring layout step out not worth the same that it used to be that everybody stopped doing it? Like, why is everybody trying to this front aerial through to a back handspring that nobody is getting credit for? Like, I mean, y'all getting credit for the series. It's just so slow and bad. Like, Brooklyn Morris, why are you doing a front aerial through to a front handspring? A front.
Oh, she is doing B?
She did bring one meet. I don't know, but she fell so bad that it took her out of lineup. Mars, why don't you do beam? Like, you had a great beam routine. That's the event that they need your leadership on. Why don't you do beam, Mars? Um, Emily Lee, since he said name, it's like it just from watching your gymnastics on the television, from watching your gymnastics, it doesn't even feel like you're trying. It just feels like you're just out there just to be out there. I know you can. I know you are a very talented girl. Um,
That's all
Shay
you have.
Campbell. Shay Campbell. This. If you're gonna, how you gonna be the top all arounder with your being so?
Does she have more than one problem area on her B routine?
Yeah, even LSU, they took Connor's back handspring layout out, and they changed it to a front aerial through to a back handspring too. And I'm just like, is that combination worth something now? Like, I don't understand why people just stop doing a regular back handspring layout step out. Like, that was a series. Like, it's front aerial through to a back handspring. It's just not a series. It's not even close. Like,
It's what Aaliyah Mustafa did in 2013.
it truly is. It truly is.
Wait,
Oh,
what's
shit.
wrong with Shay and B?
Shay is just, she lacks a little bit of flexibility. She lacks balance. It's like she's wobbling throughout the whole beam routine. It's like she's literally on a tightrope. Like, it's just. Well, you need to let Emily Lee go over there to LSU and go fuck around and find out, Nisha. Because
Emily Lee gets consistent 982 plus.
was that a read or were you trying to help her argument, Oscar? Like,
I just wanted to bring some facts.
is scoring consistent 9825, is that a good thing?
I think UCLA has lowered their standards this year, and that's part of why they're suffering.
Y'all would
Because
take Alexis Jeffries. That's cool. Who we gonna get in return? Not Alexis Jeffrey. Emily Lee. Who would we trade for Emily Lee that y'all got over there at LSU?
Sierra Ballard.
Bam. Make this trade.
Or Haley Bryant, 10s on ball and bars. And Beam.
Something else. I thought I was watching some random gymnastics competition because when I'm at work, I get to really. That's how I get back into the NCAA. I can't watch the NCAA live with y'all. I realize I have to watch it on my own because I could fast forward through things that I don't care about. So
Same. I lose interest, and then I like close the whole window or forget about it.
I promise you, for whatever, especially like, I hate dual meets. I realize that I need the quad meet, but with dual meets, I can get through bars and beam, but once they get to beam and floor, I lose all interest. I lose all interest. But when I'm watching it on Number One Gym Fan or Moss Capone Fan, because both of them are my NCAA resources this year, I could just fast forward.
What was that second channel? Moss Stepano is posting?
Oh yes, they're reposting and they post some videos that Number One Gym Fans don't have.
Shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for putting me on. I wish they would make new montages.
I think that's what it is. Because me and Two Flips were talking about that before everybody got on. Like, I was giving them so many compliments. I would give them compliments again because they're still on here. I thank you all.
Honestly, everyone go subscribe to Two Flips, Three Twists. They deserve all the flowers. And they deserve way more subscribers. I don't understand how they have so few subscribers.
And they're posting so much gymnastics content. But he said this, and maybe this is just going to have to be my strategy of I'm using my YouTube channel to build my brand. I don't expect to make money off of this YouTube channel because that's the strategy he said that he's using because he don't care about the copyrights and all this other stuff. He just posts what he want to post.
Wait, I don't get paid for my YouTube. There was a video of Tatiana Gutsu from the 92 floor final that the Olympic channel uploaded. I wanted to post a screen recording. It got copyrighted and it was like, you can't post it. And I was like really bummed. And then I saw someone else post a different routine from the floor final and I recognized the video because the footage was so crisp. And I tried it again and it was like, oh, this is copyrighted, but they're gonna let you post it anyway. Any idea why that would be?
With me, I get a lot of copyright strikes for music in the background.
It showed me that it's the same video. It recognized it as the same video throughout the whole duration of the video.
I also get, I guess, like, because people feel like, especially once I got over 1,000 subscribers, I guess people feel like I'm making like tons of money off this channel, which I'm not. So other people will be like, she's using my material. And I would have to fight with them, be like, but bitch, they stole this material from some other channel. Either like, this is YouTube. Isn't that what people do? Like, they take people videos, they edit it, and, you know, isn't that what, at least that's what people used to do on YouTube. And now y'all are being ridiculous. So let me tell you who else don't like me. Goddamn NBC. It's like I could post anything. I could post anything from the BBC, from ABC. I'm Gucci. The second I post anything from NBC Gymnastics, the bitch is up to get a goddamn copyright strike.
I'm actually surprised that I haven't encountered that.
But NBC disliked me from the We Love Gymnastics days. So
I love Two Flips, Three Twists, and I'm so gagged that they're here. Like, not only are they just preserving free gymnastics, they're also posting stuff that is behind paywalls.
correct,
Super invaluable.
correct.
Keep posting those flow gymnastics videos, please. I eat them up.
I'm telling you, Two Flips, two. Like I can understand sometimes the copyright strikes for the Olympic materials because I can understand that, and I try to avoid that now because I understand it because that is copyrighted material, and even some world coverage I can understand it because it is copyright. But like random gymnastics competitions from 20 years ago, come on, come on.
It's gross.
Oh, Two Flips, two. If you post that, I remember that. I remember that. Made in America.
Wait, please, can you just share it somehow? If not on YouTube, send a Dropbox link. I want you to
There
send it to
are
me at Catfish Crenshaw. KATFICHKRENSHAW. If you'd be so kind, it would be greatly appreciated.
and I do understand. I'm finished. Us gymnastics content creators need to stick together too, because that's what I feel like. That's part of what happened. Like people get mad at other people's views, and then people start helping YouTube with the copyright shit. It's like it's just so much pettiness within the gymnastics community that really needs to stop. Um, Story. I want to shout out this other team in NCAA while we're talking about NCAA real quick. I don't know if you like Kentucky or Missouri gymnastics, but you should really get into those two teams, Oscar. Those are two teams that you can get into now that are on a rise. So you
I
can
love
have the
Kentucky, but who's on Missouri?
Missouri have so many girls. Like they were
Is that the team with Jessica Hutchinson?
yes.
Oh, well, I watched them compete this week.
Wait, does Jessica Huss is she play for Missouri or Minnesota?
Who's
Nisha, I
on
know you
Denver?
know.
Who's on
Nisha,
Denver then? Don't you like Denver?
she might be at Denver. She might be at Denver. Actually, she's at Denver. She's at Denver.
Is Jessica Hutchinson and Madison Ulrich? Mizzou.
Missouri. Maybe that's why I like Missouri because Missouri do have a lot of black girls on their team. Like maybe that's just the only reason I like them.
Is
But
that the team with Maya Hooten?
Maya Houghton is at Minnesota.
It's too many teams for me already.
I think. Nisha knows. Nisha, where does Maya Houghton compete at? But I do feel like Missouri has Minnesota. Okay, I was correct. Okay, so okay, so we always talk about the big teams: OU, Florida, UCLA, LSU, Alabama, which looks really good this quad. But there's a whole other group of teams that I feel like are on a come up that people never talk about. Kentucky looks very damn good. Like Kentucky looked like they could make it to the four on the floor.
You talk about Kentucky pretty consistently.
Kentucky always looks good. It's just this year, I really see it for them. Like they look damn good.
I'm looking at is this Mizzou? What
Mhm.
is this?
Missouri
Missouri
looks really good.
The
Minnesota looks
roster.
really good.
It's a lot of girls I've like heard of. but don't really keep track of. Like Jocelyn Moore, someone I've heard about.
Yes.
Oh, someone I did know when they were elite is Alona Kratzer. They're on that team. Amari Celestine.
And Missouri just beat.
Sienna Schreiber. That's someone.
They just beat Georgia, and that was a big upset for them. Another team that y'all should look out for is Cal. Cal looks damn good. Cal has the second best vaulting lineup behind OU to me.
And isn't it mostly 9.95 vaults?
They just have the most perfect Yurchenko fulls. Like,
Right. Like that is such an epic way to do things. More teams wish they could do what they do.
I mean, that's what the way it used to be when they first made the the Yurchenko fulls 9.95, because people used to. There was a point in time you would see your beautiful Yurchenko fulls in elite in NCAA gymnastics because they were worth 10.0. So people would do them absolutely positively perfect.
Names. Give me 3 names.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh oh. Um. Alex McMurtry had like one of the most perfect Yurchenko fulls ever.
But she always competed a double, I thought.
She started doing a double when they devalued the Yurchenko full to a 9.95. But she was
So do you
only
have an
doing
older example?
an older example of a perfect Yurchenko full.
In NCAA. Someone who consistently did a perfect one. Like, who was that UCLA gymnast who went to Worlds in '99? She set a lot of records.
Mohini Baharwa?
Oh, was Mohini also on the team?
I don't think she was on the team in 99. She was on the team in 01. I mean, yeah, 2001.
Jeanette Antolin.
Jeanette Antolin.
Did she have a pretty Yurchenko full?
I don't think she was doing vault. She had a pretty tumultuous time at UCLA. She wasn't one of their. I think she only ever did bars.
But she got a 10 on ball, like 8 times. 10
Really?
times.
I just remember Jeanette Antolin always getting kicked off the team.
Yeah, I remember that. Or I read it. I remember reading about that after the fact. But she got a 10 multiple times, multiple years.
Jamie Danger had a pretty perfect Yurchenko full.
Kristen Maloney.
And I think Kristen was doing a Yurchenko double her whole NCAA career, actually.
Elise Ray.
Vault was never at least best event. Tasha had a really good Yurchenko for her whole NCAA career.
Why wasn't Courtney McCool a more successful college athlete?
I think she only did a couple of events. I don't think she was an all-arounder to her senior year.
Because she was on an already loaded team, right?
And plus, I think she was hurt a lot.
Oh.
I think she was hurt all of her first 3 years, and then her senior year was her first year where she wasn't really that hurt. I believe so. I could be wrong.
I found a gymnast, Ana Paula Gutierrez, who competes in the NCAA. Do you know her?
No.
I'm just confirming which team she's on. She's at Stanford, and she is on the Mexican national team, or was. Remember, we were talking about why don't more NCAA girls compete elite for Mexico?
Mm-hmm.
I just thought I noted that it happened, and I remembered us talking about it. We couldn't think of any names.
It's somebody else. I remember watching a meet. Maybe it's the same girl, but it was also saying that this young lady was a national team member for Mexico too. But it wasn't Stanford because I didn't see a Stanford meet this weekend.
Wasn't
But yes, it
Stanford
was.
in the UCLA OU
Yes.
meet?
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. You're
I
right.
think we watched the same thing.
Yeah. You're right.
It sounds like it at least.
You're right. Um.
Do you think? Oh, sorry. Were you gonna say something?
While Nisha is here, let's talk about your team, girl. Because LSU did not deserve no 198, girl. I'm so sorry. Y'all was getting gifts like it was Christmas Eve, girl. Like it was some bullshit. It was some bullshit. You know it. You know it. Um, but I will say this about LSU. Y'all don't seem as scary looking in the beginning of this season like y'all normally are. Like y'all normally are so scary looking. But y'all look, even Alexis Jeffries, I can't stand her as a human being, but her bars and stuff looks good. Um, y'all vaulting lineup looks good. Hey, maybe Alona's injury wasn't the worst thing that could have happened to y'all.
That's a very unique perspective.
Sometimes I feel like, and this is what Addis is trying to say that I was talking shit about Brody Malone, but my point was sometimes I feel like when certain people get injured, it forces other people to step up on in ways they would have never had to do beforehand. Like if Brody would have been not hurt this year, USA Males Gymnastics would have picked the team revolving around Brody. Other people would have never had the shine that they would have had, and we wouldn't have had the results that we would have had. I'm not saying that I wish injuries on people, but I don't feel like maybe Alana's injury forced some other girls to step up on some events that they wouldn't have had to if she was around.
Wait, what are you saying? Are you muted?
Am I muted? Can y'all hear me?
You're muted. I can't hear you. Can anyone else hear her? Now I hear you.
Nisha, did y'all hear that whole little speech? If you could hear this, okay. Nisha said she could hear me. It was you, Oscar.
You heard
Nisha
the
said she.
speech, but just the end. Literally just the end. I said it
Uh,
immediately, like right when you started to mute. And I do agree also. I think it's funny how you, not just how you look at things, but also the way
I
you choose
know.
to share them. And I can
I know.
see how people could take that the wrong way. And I'm
Oh,
sorry
I
for that.
know.
You don't mean it that way.
Oh,
I know you don't mean it that way.
oh, I know. That's why you have to be able to stand on your own shit. So I can stand on it because I can defend it. I know exactly what I mean. It's not my fault how y'all take how I say things. I mean them in the most positive ways possible.
Would you
Correct.
have
Like
any place being at like Chelsea's adult gymnastics camp or an international gymnastics camp? Does anything about that sound fun to you personally?
can you say that again?
I said, is there? Do you think? Do you see yourself like? Is a place like Chelsea's adult gymnastics camp or Svetlana Boginskaya's international gymnastics camp. Are those places for you? Places you could see yourself having any fun?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
me too. Just curious.
Correct, Nisha. Depending on Brody Malone so hard, and it would have gotten them nowhere. I think it was a. I know people it sound messy, but I think. Let me not. Okay, let me try to edit your words, girl. Edit your words in real time.
You got it. And then after, can you try to? Is there an equivalent to LSU last year with all the injuries and setting themselves up for this year?
Okay, perfect. With Brody Malone, how I feel like his injury was horrible. First of all, it was one of the most gross injuries ever. Like I'm glad I never seen the video. To this day, I've never seen it, but and I don't want to see it. So don't send it to me. I don't want to see it. But what I feel like is, in the grander scheme of thing in life, it was the best thing that could have ever happened for USA Gymnastics for the men. It truly was. For him personally, it sucked. It was horrible. Now he has to find his place on the team because it's not as the top gymnast anymore. I can promise you that. And if it is, USA Gymnastics is stupid and they deserve to come in last place when they come in last place because Coy and Fred are their best gymnasts. Coy and Fred, the team needs to be structured around Coy, Fred, and Asher. And then the other two spots are the other two spots. But without Coy, Fred, and Asher, Team USA have no realistic shot at anything at all. I don't care how good Brody looks in the all around. I don't care if on home soil he's getting 16 sevens. Internationally, that man scores consistently 13 something on every event. Maybe not high bar, except a high bar, where he scores close to 15.
Makayla,
Brody
did you see that Melanie tweeted, "Thank you for welcoming me in such a way. I was really moved to see you and hear you guys in the stands." That's so cute. But she's on Twitter. Sorry. Please keep going.
Why is Asher a lot? Asher's a lot because we need Team USA needs vaulters. Asher is a tremendous vaulter. I'm not saying Asher is an all-around somebody. I'm saying Asher fits on the team where Brody does not. Asher fits holes on the team that Brody could never in his life fill. I'm not saying Brody should not make the team. I'm not saying Brody should not make the team. I'm just saying the team should not be centered around Brody Malone.
Did you see this? Did you see this already?
No.
Oh, no. It's Brody Malone. He had his first competition.
Already?
Yeah, I was surprised too. You know he was training with the cast and everything. Like, he's reckless. It seems reckless.
Oh, Brody. Oh, and is this safe?
I think he did other events too.
Is this
Do you mind if I step out and come back in 5 minutes?
I don't mind, but this doesn't seem
Okay, I'll be right back.
safe or right or. Brody Malone don't do it. Well, okay, do it. Do it. And I hope, you know what? Let Team USA fuck around and find out and center their team around your stupid ass again, bitch. And watch they come in sixth place again. Like Brody Malone, no tea, no shade. You are not that dude. You just aren't. You fall too much. It's like if Sky Blakely was our best all arounder girl. Like, no. Like Brody, no. You stick to doing floor. You stick to doing floor, rings, parallel bars, and high bar. And you let hell, maybe that's too many events for you. Let me think about this a little bit harder. Hold on. I need Fred to be our top all-arounder. Let Team USA fuck around and find out and take your stupid ass. Girl, I'm so mad about this. I'm so mad about this for no reason. Oh my god. As soon as Simone fell on high bars, you thought him. I'm telling y'all. I'm telling y'all. I'm telling y'all. It's not that I hate Brody. He alright. I can't even say I love Brody. He alright. It's just Brody is not that guy. Brody is the next iteration of Sam McCooley, who is the next iteration of Blaine Wilson, who is the next iteration of damn John fucking Roethlisberger. All of those men got it done at nationals. When I say got it done, the judges gave them the scores that they needed to give them for them to win nationals. Y'all see, I ain't saying Paul Hamm in this conversation because that's a different beast. None of these dudes are Paul Hamm. All of these dudes are floppy central. They are all, if Scott Blakely or Zoe Miller was the best gymnast, would you trust those two girls to be your Olympic? I mean, it could happen. We all know it could happen. Anything could happen. But does it ever happen? No. And Brody is just that dude, just like them, where it's flop. He's a flop. He is a FOFLOP. And if Team USA is smart, he would be their specialist, and him and Yule would be swapping roles while Fred, Asher, and Coy led Team USA to a silver medal at the Olympic Games. Brody is as special as Sam McCooley was. Sam McCooley was special. He was very special at falling when we needed him to not fall. What Oscar is saying. and plus with the men, you know what? Yes. You know what? Yes. You know what? Yes. 2 flips, 3 flips. Hit me up on Twitter. I would love if we could help bring the men to the forefront together. Because, you know, somebody has to do it. Somebody has to do it. And hell, y'all are involved in this conversation because finally, for the first time in eons, we have a very exciting race for the men's team. And let's break it down for a second. Because, in my opinion, I want, and this is, I'm so sorry, Brody, this is why I'm hating on you. I want the all, just like for the women, I want the damn all women team of color. For the men, I want the all men team of color. And to me, the best team, the strongest team in my mind, and I don't know the men like that. So, And I know Danielle Wheatenberg falls a lot. And I'm just up here giving Brody Malone all this shit. And I'm finna say Danielle Wheatenberg is on my damn Olympic team. And I know I'm finna be a total complete hypocrite right now. I wanted it to be Fred Coy, Danielle, Asher, and Yule. To me, that team works perfectly together. That team, you let Fred, Coy, and Asher do the all around. You let Danielle do some events. You let Yule do some events. And that team goes to the Olympic Games and walk away with the bronze, challenging the Japanese for the silver medal. In my mind, I see it as clear as day. I see any other team other than that a hindrance to my bronze medal challenging the Japanese for the silver medal. Let me tell you why. Brody Malone is going to fall. Brody Malone is going to fall. And what event is he going to fall on? High bar. The event that he was brought there to compete. He's going to fall like 3 times. And then when the USA goes from second to fifth, y'all better be like, damn, Brody. But, 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 realistically, I know that's stupid. I know that's a stupid ass team because you can't count on no damn Danielle Wheatenberg. I love Danielle Wheatenberg. I wish he was that man, but I know you can't count on that man for sure. So realistically, Brody either is Brody would be my first alternate because I would look at other because Yule is on my team at this point. Yule is definitely he's the most experienced. He has the biggest international name. And then you have other guys like Paul Judah. You have with the men, you have so many like you can pick a whole team where your strategy is to get the highest not pommel horse parallel bar score. You can pick a whole team of pommel horse specialists. Like it's so many ways that the Team USA could choose to pick a team. I know Steven though. Oh, Steven Neuragic. I'm not saying your last name right. I'm so sorry, my friend. I don't care if you come to World Trials with an 8.0 start value on pommel horse. They better not pick you for no damn team. They better not pick you for this. Unless you have, look, Steven, unless you learn, I'm telling you, I know you up here rings, learn vault. Just learn a vault. And when I say a vault, I mean, it could be a Yurchenko double twist. Just learn a vault. Just learn something. Learn a double back on floor spread. Like, learn something. Anything. Anything. If it was a 6-person's team, hell, I think your pommel horse would be enough. But it's a 5-person team, and there's no specialist spot. I don't think it's enough, friend. I don't think it's enough, friend. I do not think it's enough. I don't think it's in the ballpark of being enough. Um, Curtin Phillips, though, you are one that You are great on them parallel bars. The way for I know this is a strange combination of events, but if you could be a pommel horse ring specialist, that almost would guarantee your ass a spot at the Olympic Games.
I wait. What was the
I,
men's team that you said 5 minutes ago? The team that you wanted that would win a bronze medal.
I want just like I want the all women's team of color. I want the all men's team of color too. So it would be Fred, Coy, Asher, Danelle, and Yule.
And who are the three all-arounders? Fred, Coy, and Asher.
Fred, Coy, and Asher. Yule would do some events, and Danelle would do some events.
That sounds fine to me. What's the issue with that team? Just that there are options?
Danelle Wittenberg.
Hard to know.
Danelle got to step his pussy up for that to happen. But see, for Danelle though, I would take a lot of pressure off of him. I would completely stop making him do pommel horse. He would be stuck to 3 events: floor, rings, and vault.
No P-bars?
Yule will handle P bars, high bars, and pommel horse.
Cool.
And I know that's a risk taking Yule off of floor, but in my mind, Asher, Fred, Danelle, and Coy could get it done on floor. Yule, Fred, and Coy for pommel horse. Rings is going to be a hard one, but it would be Asher, Danelle would be the anchor, and I guess Yule. Yeah, Yule is better than Fred on rings. And then vault would probably be our best event because we will have Danelle, Asher, and Coy, and that probably would be our best event. And then we will have parallel bars. No, parallel bars might be the best event because we will have Yule, Fred, and Coy probably, or Asher. Probably Coy. And then high bar, which would be the scariest event, would be Yule, because Yule is learning a new high bar routine. Fred and Coy. And I think that team will win the bronze medal, challenging Japanese for the silver medal. Because I don't think no team could challenge the Chinese for that gold medal.
That sounds legit. What do you think about this bar routine?
Curtin, Fred, and Brody.
No. I was gonna ask you about a women's bar routine.
Okay, go ahead.
But keep talking. If you have more to say about the men, I'll wait. I just don't have anything to say about the men right now.
I just think for the first time in a long time, but the men aren't like the women. They have to really pick the right team. They have a lot of pieces to the puzzles, but like if you bring Brody messes up how that team, because logic says you would use Brody in the all around, but if you use Brody in the all around, then you would have to not use other people on certain events. You definitely would need Brody to do high bar. And maybe parallel bars. Um, yeah, we can switch to WAG. Just give me one more second. I'm just trying to get this thought out while it's, because trust me, men's gymnastics is never on my forefront. So while it's here, just let me get this thought out. Final thought. But I could also see a more realistic team being Brody, Fred, Coy, Yule, and Asher, and no Danelle. That's the more realistic team.
Two clips. I like a lot of men's team and men's gymnasts. Just we've covered most of my points about the U.S. men's team. The U.S. men's team is not my favorite.
They're not, but I feel like they're going to be fun to root for this year because they're such underdogs.
It's possible. I mean, I had fun rooting for them last year, but then and I was happy that they had success, but I was like I lost interest and didn't even watch all of their routines. Like their P-bar routines were pretty boring to me. P-bar and high bar last year was underwhelming.
So let's go back to WAG.
Okay,
WAG.
someone just posted this routine for Suni. They said not efficient but not completely unrealistic either. Layout Jaeger full the Lee, Navieva to Ginger, Giant 1.5, Jaeger, Pipe, or Jaeger, Pack, Sights, Bahardwaj, Van Leeuwen, Full Twisting Double Tuck 7.0.
How many skills is that?
10. The Jaeger, or no, the Ginger and the Jaeger are like the extra B skills.
That's a lot. That's a lot of damn gymnastics.
And she could even bump it up by doing Jaeger half to Ezheva. I wonder what it would be if it was Layout Jaeger, Nabieva, Giant 1.5, Jaeger, Bahardwaj, Sights, Shaposh, Ginger. That would be H F D. The Giant 1.5 being a D. D.
I know, right? Doesn't that seem so undervalued? Like, doesn't that seem like it should be an E turn?
Yes.
Y'all remember who was in this comment section? Where is Johnny? As he was just yelling at me, talking about something. I can't believe you think that Suni can have a harder bar routine than Gabby. I can't believe you think Suni can have a harder bar routine than Gabby. Everybody thinks that, Fran. Like, Suni is just better. I'm not gonna say she's better than Gabby on bars. She just have a harder skill set than Gabby does. Like,
Nabieva plus Ginger is worth 0.2 or 0.3.
why do you think it's worth a 0.2 and not a 0.1?
Because I think there's like some release combo that's worth 0.2. I think, but I might be wrong. Okay, neither of us knows.
I think all high bar release combos are just worth a point one.
Hmm.
I think.
Do you think that Tkachev's, the way Lori Hernandez did her Tkachev, should be a deduction?
No, why?
Because she doesn't rotate her lower body?
I never thought about it.
But you can picture what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Just a curious thought I had. Did you see that Gymlandia made a video about Chusos and the deductions they received according to them?
I did. I seen the video. I just never watched it. Do you want to watch it?
Yeah, I'll watch it. I'm down to watch anything. But it was a
Yeah,
good
I wanted
video,
to
and
do that. Okay. So
I've
for the
been
rest of the
meaning to
show,
watch it so bad.
because I ran out of topics, but for the rest of the show, we normally stay on for about 4 hours. So what I want to do is because it's an episode of Gymlandia. I wanted to do a reaction video too, so I want to do that. And it's an episode of
A different one?
yes, and it's an episode of the OG Soul channel that I wanted to do a reaction of too.
Which channel?
Wally, I don't know the OG.
Oh, that one, yeah. So I just didn't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'd love to.
Okay.
Um, I really had been meaning to make a video about the Chusos, and I was so like bummed that they posted it because I was really right
I,
about to.
you remember,
But,
you remember the other day
but
I was like, I'm bored at work. I'm gonna make a video, and then you was like, about what? I'm like, I don't know. I literally started making a video about wolf turns, and then just other channel, gymnastics something.
oh, what
Um,
was it about wolf turns that was interesting?
they were just I just was gonna do my favorite wolf turns, and like this channel literally, like as I'm downloading the video, I'm like, oh shit, this channel literally just made this video. Like, let me stop.
I didn't see that one, but I had started collecting clips of Chusos already. But okay, I'm gonna spoil the video a little bit because I was so shook that I was so expecting them to have share my opinions, and they did for a lot of it, but they did not mention once, I believe, that any of the Chusos in the video should be devalued. Interestingly, they did not include Kalia Lincoln's.
No.
But you'll see the ones they did include, which are worse, in my opinion. So should we watch that one first, or which one first?
Yeah, let's watch that one first. So we're reacting to Gymlandia's full twist and double layout deduction video. Are you a person who likes to call the skills, or do you like to call the skills the person who the skill was named after?
I think I go. And there's with the downy, which is the stalled or the pike to kache from a stalled route, like then explain it afterwards. But I'm sure there are skills that I can't think of right now where I would say it with and not say the name of the gymnast.
the balls that Aaliyah Mustafina and her coaches to try to get that skill named after her when it was already in the code of points named the site was ridiculous.
Wait, I haven't heard anything about that. How do you know that? You
I think
remember?
so. Huh?
I said, how do you know about that? Do you remember it happening?
No, that was gymnastics.
2013 Worlds was the first Worlds I watched.
Oh wow. There was gym rumors that because NBC kept saying that it was a new skill and she's got this skill named after her, and everybody was like, "No, she didn't." Like, it's called a site. But it was gym lore that she tried to get it submitted named after her because she didn't realize that Elizabeth Sykes already had it named after her, and it was like, "Mama's, it's already in the code of points, girl."
I don't want it. I felt like a little bit of a downer today when I woke up because I felt like I wasn't as excited as I should be or as excited as other people were about the layout Jaeger full. I was like, people were saying, this is my dream skill. And I was like, this is not my dream skill. Or it became clear to me in that moment that this had never been my dream skill. I'm thinking of a dream skill right now, or one that's hit me. Thought about before would be a in-bar sites. That would be could be
Oh my
gorgeous.
god, that would be so hard. I guess if I had a dream skill, my dream skill would be it's this release move that I see a lot of the men try, but I want to see a woman do it on high bar. I mean on the high bar on the uneven bars. It's like a Takachev. It's like a to
Is it just a
reverse.
full
What is it?
twisting Takachev?
No, it's the. Gosh, I can't think of what the hell the skill is called. You know how when they do Takachev, but like a forward flip out of it.
I think you're talking about Ian Gunther's skill.
I don't know who Ian Gunther is.
Ian Gunther is a gymnast at Stanford. He's also he competed at nationals this year, but it's basically it's like a counter rotation.
Yeah, there it goes. I counter Kim. A Takachev with a counter Kim, but over the bar.
Over the bar. Who's doing
Yes.
that?
A guy was trying it a while ago. He never competed it, but I want to see it over the bar. Let me see if I can find a good. Oh gosh, I'm never gonna be able to find this because this happened like so long ago. Oh,
It's not this. This is Ian Gunther. Can you share it?
oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Are you watching?
Mm-hmm. No, that's not it. That is that release move, but over the bar.
Cool. I'd love to see it.
Sounds
like something just for training.
There, I only ever seen one male gymnast ever do it and catch it in training. It was not good. I mean, but I just
When we watch Gymlandia's and Wally's channel, do we have to mute it?
No, I
Because
just
any copyright they're dealing with, you'll deal with?
I just deal with it.
Okay. Tell me when I should play it.
Go ahead, play because I need to look for this. That's like oh my mind. Of course, I can't find it.
Even the music is okay?
No, we could mute the music. We could mute the music.
Wait,
Oh, this is just
the whole thing
they're
is
not hold on. They're not talking in this video. They're just playing. They're just giving their deductions.
I can't remember. It's possible they married the deductions.
I don't think they did because they wouldn't be talking over this loud ass background music. So let's just mute this one, and the next music. When they're talking, we could play it.
Should I just see if it was like an intro music?
Yeah, let's see if it was just intro music or. Oh, no,
It's their floor music. Is that a problem?
Their floor music should be fine. Let's just fast forward the part where he's playing Brandy and Monica.
Everyone follow Gymlandia. Should I slow it down or is it okay this fast?
However you want to do it, my love.
Well, can you read the deductions in real time?
I can't see it. It's too small.
Oh. Is that because of how small it is or because of your eyes?
Both.
Okay. I'm just going to keep it how it is. Jennifer Gadarova, a pike down, flexed feet. Julia Steingruber, leg separation, early piking. Separation, early piking, flex feet. Leg separation and knees, flex feet, early piking. Melanie. So they gave 1/10 for body shape to Melanie. They took body shape, early piking, and flexed feet. Do you think that's appropriate?
I would give it more than 1/10 of a point for body shape, but that's just me.
Early child, early piking, just 1/10. The best so far. Rebecca.
Lovely double straight with full twist.
Ooh, she's very piked.
Well, I never noticed it in real time.
I'm Makayla. She also pikes early, according to Gymlandia. Simone has legs apart on landing. Perfect scare form.
Hello, I'm Langston, and I'm back on my channel, Gymlandia, and I just wanted to do the feedback from my video. So obviously, I had to come with the screenshots, after my judging because, y'all hoes be trying to put me on blast. Y'all be trying to do me in. So I gotta have the facts behind my judging. I can't just be posting the clip. Like, I gotta bring the slow motion screenshots, okay? Because y'all be trying to put me on blast in my comments. So I had to stand on business, with the receipts, okay? But anyway, yeah, so like I really went in depth with this video in terms of like showing all the deductions. I think some of them like body shape are, some judges might not take it or not, which is the reason why you see a gymnast get like a 13,966 or a 13,933, which means that one of the judges took a deduction and the other ones didn't. You know what I'm saying? So not all the judges might have taken that body shape deduction. Not all of them would have got a flex feet deduction as well. Like for example, I think Rebecca, she does like Rebecca, as well as Simone, a couple others, is even Sai and Jordan Childs, like they do flex their feet for a very small portion of time, but it's not that noticeable from the judging angle. A lot of Rebecca Andrade, y'all don't sit up here and let me mess up this girl's name for this long. A lot of her Chusavitinas are oftentimes like obvious flex feet, but the one she did in the event finals this year, at Worlds, she cleared. Like that was her best Chusavitna. She cleared. No legs apart on landing. She cleared. Okay. So I'm like, I don't think that it was obvious enough, at least from a judging angle, to take it versus a lot of the other ones. So like I said, there's a lot of little small deductions here and there that could have been missed. Some of the little errors, a lot of judges could have left out. But I took the obvious deductions that I saw. Obviously, a couple of judges that got different deductions. Obviously, I'm not a professional judge, but I'm gonna be uploading videos of me like judging routines again. With some feedback with a little bit like that. Okay. So anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning into my channel. Please like, comment, and subscribe down below. Make sure to have a nice day, you guys. Goodbye.
And while we're on Gymlandia, you don't have to close it. Let's play his video of the
What'd you say?
Was it the Great White Hope? What was
I've
it?
watched that one. That one's good.
That's probably his most popular one. Yeah, that's the one I want to watch because man, that's the
I
one.
haven't
Okay,
seen this one. Have you seen the recent one?
which one?
The Ratchet Gymnastics Podcast, Episode 1, Mary Lou Retton, Gabby Suni, and Shy
Yeah, I saw that.
from Camp and more.
So they are also trying to create a podcast. It's going to be called the Ratchet Gymnastics Podcast. Everybody, please. We love Gymlandia around here. They fight all the black issues that I don't have to do it anymore. I just go over there and be like, yes. I'll be over there like, yes, 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 Langston, yes. Because I don't have to make these videos anymore. So, but The Great White Hope or something like that. I think that's the one I want to watch.
Great. Okay. Okay. I asked guys like me about high bar release combos. They said the connection values for releases would be as follows: D plus C, flight plus C on high bar in that order equals 0.2, i.e. a Shaposh plus a Ginger, a Takache plus a Ginger, a Takache plus a giant fall.
Okay.
Or a Shaposh to clear hip half. But it's important that the C element, I think, has to have at least a half turn. It can't just be a toe on or a clear hip. Okay, next you have D plus D, which is a 10th, i.e. a toe full plus a Takache, an in-bar half plus a Jaeger, a Stalder full plus a Downey, an in-bar full plus a Takache, an Jaeger, That's not right. Oh, well, I guess Imbar 4 would count, but it's an E. Pike Takacha plus pack. Then there's E plus E, minimum 1 flight. That's 2/10. That would be an Imbar 4 plus a Pike Takacha,
Hmm.
or a Church plus a Bahard Wash. But couldn't it also be 2 flights? That would be a Ginger isn't an E. That's what we were talking about. But
Yeah.
it's possible. You could do a layout Ginger, which is an E.
But it would be so hard for them to give them credit for a layout Kinger.
Right. But it looks like it exists. And then they finish by saying F plus D. D
Justice
must
for
be flight.
Nastia Liukin. Justice for Nastia Liukin. That skill should be called a Liukin. I don't give a damn. She is the
Agreed.
only girl who's ever done that skill. They might as well call it the Liukin.
F plus D. D must be flight is 0.2. That's a Downey plus pack, or a Nemor plus pack, or a Fenton Durwal plus Ejaba. If the two skills are releases on high bar, neither of them are transitions, then the connection value will always be 0.2 unless the first one is a C or lower.
Hmm.
That would be 0 connection value. Transition plus releases will always be 0.2. Releases plus a C pirouette with a half turn will always be 0.2. E pirouette plus E release will always be 0.2. F release plus D transition will always be 0.2. The rest, worth less than those, would be 0.1. So shout out to Sky Slake for explaining that and not saving me the trouble of reading the code.
Hey Andy, we love you over here, friend. I can't wait for you to come on the show so we could just talk about Sky Blakely.
I would love to listen to that.
I love Andy. Again, I need to choose how I talk about addicts because I don't want
Hello,
beef
I'm
with
Langston,
addicts.
and I'm back.
Huh?
So, no, the video just started playing, but I didn't mean it to. I want to hear what you're saying.
Oh. One of the things I love about the fact that I don't do We Love Gymnastics anymore, whatever him and Catherine call the show now, is the friendships that I've gotten back in the sport. Like, oh my God. Like, it's so great that people talk to me again. Like, for them 3 years, 2 years, when nobody talked to me, it was so lonely. And this is why I was so misinformed. But it's so great that people come and talk to me again. Like,
You said you were so misinformed.
because I will only get gymnastics information from like 2 or 3 people. But like
I
now,
didn't know that you were you felt misinformed. When did you feel that way?
I wouldn't
Constantly?
say misinformed. I'm so sorry. That's the wrong things to say. I was out of the gymnastics loop. There we go.
Okay.
That's the right word. I was out of the gymnastics bubble.
Does
Now I
it
feel
is there any instances where you see that you're blocked by someone and you feel out of the loop?
oh absolutely not. I thoroughly enjoy all the people that I have blocked because the shit y'all be seeing on y'all timeline, I don't
Not
see it.
like
Like,
that. The people who have you blocked so you can't see what they post that everyone else is talking about.
oh, I have another account. I just go on my other account and see it and then go back.
Why am I not doing this? Wait, that's such a brilliant idea. Okay, thank you.
I just use my other account. I'd be like, oh, okay. I go to my
Wait,
other.
I'm about to do this right now.
I'll look for it. I like, oh, okay. Did I go back to my account and keep it moving?
So you can see all of the China gym.
They unblocked me. I guess they didn't realize they had me blocked or something because I could see it now. Because sometimes Twitter would do that too. Like if they think, okay, maybe people just I don't know. Like people, like one time I had poor lawyer blocked for like a year. Like, and I swear to God, I did not block him. I don't know how that happened.
Dude.
Like, I would never block poor lawyer. Like, hell, I'm
Right.
about to unblock Addict's ass because I kind of missed the bitch too.
Exciting. What did you think about that video of Courtney
I do kind of miss
Kardashian?
Addicts. Like, it's so sad. Like, I'm coming up to my 2nd-year anniversary of my nephew's death, and Addis was there for me so much during that time. I'm like, yeah, Addis. But then I'm like,
Maybe you can write them a letter.
I mean, I know Addict's phone number. One day I'm just gonna call his ass.
Oh yeah, then do that. A letter is just a good idea if you didn't necessarily, if you wanted to let someone know how you felt, but you didn't need a response immediately, for instance, or like a whole
Okay,
conversation.
that's a good idea because I don't need a response right away. Actually,
Okay, should I play the video?
yeah. Oh gosh, I forgot we was playing. I'm high as shit right now, you guys. I'm so sorry. Let me stop
I'm gonna
smoking.
smoke while we watch the video. So I'm
Okay.
ready.
You guys got to realize I normally be at work at this time of night, up watching gymnastics anyway. So now my body is used to being up all night. So I'm sorry, you guys. But a lot of y'all are still with us. So maybe that's what I need to do is just be up at night.
There was a lot of familiar. There were a lot of familiar names in the chat tonight already.
I think maybe that's what. Maybe us being the adult channel, we should be on later at night. Because it seems like more people be on later at night than they be up in the daytime. I don't know.
And then we can catch the people in, if we're late enough, the people in Asia waking up.
Correct. And the video from Wally I want to watch his re-scoring the 93 or 94 World Championships. I don't remember. When we get there.
Which event?
He did the all around.
Oh, yes. Okay, great. That would be Shannon Miller.
Yes, it was one of the Shannon Miller ones. I don't remember which one though. I think it was 94. Yes, it was 94 with Dina Kochekova. Okay, I'm ready whenever you are, friend. Shout out to
Okay.
Gymlandia once again. I hope you don't feel like we're trying to steal your content. I hope you realize we're trying to promote your content. You know, them gymnastics people,
Yeah.
they be real pretty. Man, I remember I got cussed out by damn skating lessons one day. Oh, never
Really?
mind, shut
No, but
up.
that was different, right? I thought that was you sharing information that someone had told you on their Patreon.
That's what it was. Yes. No damn different. I don't know. How am I supposed to know? Like they didn't be like, oh yeah, I got this from their exclusive Patreon girl. Don't say nothing. No, like I don't know. I'm thinking y'all telling me so I could break a story. Now I understand. Sorry to skating lessons, girl. I still watch y'all.
They posted some good videos recently. There's this one journalist who's so interesting, was in one of their like panel talks. I'm just gonna say her name, just because I want to shout her out. Her
Please
name
do.
was Christine Brennan. She was getting to the
Oh
bottom
yeah.
of this shit. Whatever it was, she was like staying on it. Even when people were clearly like telling her she was annoying for like trying to expose all this stuff. I'm sure she has a lot of enemies.
Whew. I'm
Okay,
sure
ready?
they have a lot of enemies because, man, they expose a lot of stuff. Like, when I first started, even before when we loved gymnastics, when me and Addis came together, I wanted to be the skating lesson. I wanted to bring the skating lessons to gymnastics because the
In
shit
what way? What specific part of it? Heading
the
it on?
that they have, the behind the scenes stuff, the stuff that they know, the way they talk to the coaches and stuff in this and know this and like
Oh, I don't
I
know
was,
that well, I guess. I'm not that familiar.
the skating lessons is basically I knew the skating lessons before I knew gymnastics. Like I would say they are gymnastics for figure skating times a million. Like
You know what's funny though? You know what's fucking funny? You have their platform is only okay. You can take this the wrong way, but when I saw the numbers, I was like, "Wow, it could be so much not worse, but like it could have been a way bigger difference." They have 48 times the platform you have on YouTube. 48,000 followers or subscribers. You're
versus
like versus you having 1,000. You're like almost like it's really not that big a difference when you think about it. I really meant that as a positive for you. Like you
no,
have a big platform that's building, and you're like gonna be on
and
the level.
do you know what else I think about all the time when you say things like that? And again, this is no shade to Addicts. I know you're gonna watch this because I know you're probably watching this now. I love you. You are my brother. I'm gonna always love you. There's no beef between us. I love you. You know me. I talk shit. I talk shit about everybody. I talk shit about myself. So I'm gonna talk shit about you sometimes. I love you. You're my brother. Anyhow, I think about this all the time because it's this popular blogger that I follow named Funky Geneva, right? And he had this talk show that was very popular, but it's such a more parallel version to We Love Gymnastics, where like I sit there and told you like in private chat, I don't mind saying this, like it really frustrates me. Like I don't mind like 2 flips and 3 twists just that. I don't mind if people use my content to create new content, right? But what I don't like is when you take one of my ideas and you use it and don't at least be like, at least say, hey, I was watching Makayla Loves Gymnastics the other day and she was talking about this, that, and the third. So here is my opinion of this, that, and the third, right? And it's just things like sometimes we will bring up the most obscure thing, like random thing, random gymnasts that don't nobody ever think about. Next thing I know, here comes certain gymnastics blogs talking about them and posting them up. A great example is Jenny Thompson. None of y'all was thinking about or even knew who the hell a Jenny Thompson was until I did a whole episode. I made added watch videos about Jenny Thompson. Next thing I know, everybody know who Jenny Thompson is.
I remember that, and I knew Jenny. I was so happy you were doing it.
And maybe it's a good thing. Maybe I'm looking at it as a bad thing. Maybe it's like maybe I don't realize my influence in the gymnastics community and I need to take shit a lot more seriously. I don't know. But like that frustrates me. That does frustrate me. But taking a video that I created and making another video, I do not ever give a damn. I do not ever give a damn. I would never copyright strike another channel. Hell, I don't even give it. Hell, people that made whole Reddit posts about me. I'll just make a video about it. Like, I don't care. Like, if you think you're gonna read me on Reddit, trust and believe. I'm gonna come over here and talk about it. And you're just helping me build my platform. Like, I'm Wendy Williams. Like, you gotta understand, I love all of that shit. Like, I love it all. Like, okay. Gymlandia, the Great White Hope. The reason why I want to post this, because I think this is a very important video. I've been thinking about, and I've been saying these things over here for years, just not this intelligently, not as well thought out as he put it. And, and if I'm going to be honest, I'm going to give you guys some insider tea. Maybe I'm being too honest. I personally feel like this is one of the things that was one of the first things that caused me and Addicts to fall out, because I was really into Gymlandia from the second I found out about this. And the second Addicts found out about Gymlandia, he really was not about this channel at all. Like, and it was one of them things where I'm like, Addicts, why are you creating more beef? I'm just saying for me, I'm not saying, I don't know how he felt about the situation. I'm saying this is how I'm thinking about this. Again, I don't know how he felt about this. In my opinion, I'm like, why are we creating more beef with more gymnastics content creators? And that was, I think, if I'm just being honest, that was where the cracks in our show started to, because I'm just like, we can't be beefing with everybody. Like, this young man puts in so much energy. I know how hard it is to create these damn videos. Like, these shit could be all day processes to come up with these 10-minute long damn videos, right? Because editing is hard. It is hard. It is hard, and it is frustrating. But see, they always do me like that, 2 flips and 3 twists. I realize in this community, I'm still black and I'm still trans. So people still gonna treat me the way I treat me, like I'm black and I'm trans. So they're gonna hit below the belt. And I'm always gonna say, keep doing it. Keep doing it, motherfuckers. Because you gonna pay me for my motherfucking pain, and I am monetized over here on YouTube. So all I'm gonna do is come to YouTube and create a video.
Wait, what is 2 flips talking about?
Oh, it was this one person who created this extraordinarily nasty Reddit post about me.
Wait, but what did they mean by she always says if people don't like me, I am doing my job?
Oh, Christine Brennan. We was talking about Christine.
Oh, okay. And who was they talking about when they said I have posted her, I liked her beam?
I don't know. Oh, Jenny Thompson.
Oh, okay. Who did you
Yeah, you get these comments real late, Oscar.
who did you ever find out who made the Reddit post about you? I never saw it, by the way.
Oh yeah, I made a whole video about it. I posted a Reddit post too. Like,
when was it?
it might have been when we were doing We Love Gymnastics, so I might have taken it down. I'll find it. It's somewhere.
I would love to watch it.
I think it's hysterical. Like, and they really was like trying to belittle me, like acting like I don't know what the hell I'm. Like, people do it all the time with me, but for whatever reason, people do it to me all the time. Yeah, all the time. What I'm saying, all the time comes back as fact. Like, I just whatever. I'm black, I'm trans, and people feel like they from the very get go. Oh gosh, I am high because I keep talking about stupid shit. Let me shut up. You play this, Oscar.
But I love it. I love hearing about it. Honestly.
I know.
Also,
I know.
I remember we were gonna talk about LSU and how their injuries last season helped push some of their other athletes to step up. Remember, like an hour ago?
Yes, because remember, like last season, how like hell they lost to like half their team, but they still made the final four because they had other girls who was able to step up. And this is a part of the reason why now they have so much depth is because they had so many girls who stepped up last season, and they have all of their girls from last season still this year, and a lot of them are still healthy. So
right, and they have experience that the other teams don't.
correct, because like Like so many of their teams, like Alexis Jeffrey, she wasn't supposed to do anything last year, really. She was still supposed to just, be under the radar, but they had no other choice but to use her. Now they realize she's pretty good on bars and she's okay on beam, and they can use her on those two events.
Last year wasn't Aaliyah Finnegan's first season, was it?
Who?
Aaliyah Finnegan.
Oh yeah, because she had to step up because Kaya Johnson got hurt so early on in the season.
Was last year her freshman year or her sophomore?
I think it was her sophomore year.
Do you save the videos that after you post them, or do you delete them, or not save them?
Thank you. I do now. I'm going to say this too. It is way more positive than negative, especially ever since I decided to go solo. It's been nothing but positive. But one of the things too is that was part of the strategy of the people who hate addicts. They don't really dislike me. They just hate addicts so much that was their strategy to, I don't know. They got mad at addicts, so they will unfollow me. They got mad at addicts, they will block my videos. I don't understand it, but that's just what the strategy was.
Well, you're in business.
But I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest. The same way I feel like the show is better now that it's me and Oscar and Ezra and sometimes poor Lori when he gets on and sometimes Sean when he gets on. I do feel like Addicts content is better with him and Catherine. I can't lie. It's more informative. It's more cohesive. It's more coherent. They have a better strategy of the way they present information than the way me and him did it. I absolutely like their show better than what me and him was doing together.
What do you do with your videos after you make them?
If it's something that I really, because sometimes you put a lot of time and energy in a video, and sometimes you're just bored and you just throw some shit together, right? So if I'm bored and I'm just throwing some shit together, I might never see it again.
What do you think you have a copy saved of the Reddit video?
If I did it with addicts, the day that I was mad at him, I deleted everything that me and him ever did together out of my phone. So no, but it might still be up on Facebook or on the Twitter page.
Let me know if you ever find it. Send it my way.
Hell, ask Addis. I'm sure he has it. I know he has it. No, I'm sure. I know he has it.
Oh my God, Addicts. I asked Addicts. Do you remember how you streamed Asian championships in like June?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, the best beam routine of this quad at an international meet was in the qualifications, and we streamed it, and it was like 3 a.m. in New York, and I was so excited. But I looked on their channel and I asked them, their Twitch, if they have that stream still, and they're like, no, it's gone. But it's just crazy. Like that's the only footage that I've ever seen of this beam routine. And now all these YouTube videos came out at the end of the year being like best scores of the year or whatever, and no one has footage of the best beam routine of the quad, which was like a 14.966 or something, higher than Simone's at Worlds. It's so sad. I just wish it existed, is my point. I would rewatch that competition.
Look on. Were we streaming on Facebook at that moment in time? Which was Aaliyah Finnegan was at which Asian Games? I
Which
mean,
she was at Asian
that's
Championships because she went
right.
to Worlds.
It might be up on the Twitter page. 'Cause I think we streamed it on Twitter too.
I remember looking, but it's possible it's still there. I'll take another look for sure. Okay, let's start the video. Unless you have something else to say.
And yes, Oscar has a great channel too, full of lots of gymnastics library, full of lots of gymnastics content.
Thank you, love. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna be gone for 5 minutes while this plays.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, I'm Langston, and I'm back on my channel, Gymlandia. And today we talk about a very controversial topic that is pretty necessary. I think that should have been out there in the gym chat, a hot minute ago. So before I get into it, I would really like for you guys to subscribe. I get a lot of views on my videos, but those views oftentimes don't translate into subscribers. I have obviously gained a lot of subscribers in the last couple of weeks, but I can still obviously gain more. To really appreciate me if you were sharing this video, showing it to your family, particularly in our community. To kind of grow my channel. There are channels that have, 5, 6, 7 times more subscribers than me, but get less views on their videos than me. So it really appreciate me if you were, kind of, rising my subscriber count. So please make sure, and it really benefit me to do that. So thank you. So today I'm going to be talking about the Great White Hope in gymnastics. So the Great White Hope was a philosophy that was brought into the world roughly over a century ago in the early 1900s, particularly in the sport of boxing. At the time, a black boxer was dominating the boxing field, which had traditionally been a European or white sport. Obviously, people were looking all around the world for some white person that could beat him and, restore the perception of white supremacy in the sport of boxing. Fortunately, at least for that side, it did end up finding someone who was defeated later. But it sends a message towards how Black people have been perceived in sports for centuries. So obviously, this philosophy that came into boxing was not something that just sticked with boxing. The Great White Hope was something that came around to every sport. When you start seeing Black people participate in sport, you start seeing white people become a lot more protective of that sport and try to create some message that Black people that succeed in that sport are exception, not the rule, and that white people are so superior in it. So it's something that you've seen for more than a century. I want to talk about how we've seen it in gymnastics and how it has such a big impact in gymnastics. So basically the Great White Hope philosophy is basically, what it's saying, like the white hope for the sport, like the hope that some white person can bring the sport, can dominate in the sport, can do well in the sport. We see shades of that when we're talking about Jessica Gadrova, or in the past, Riley McCusker, Reagan Smith, Grace McCallum. And, for that, we saw Larissa Yardaki. Then before that, we saw Victoria Komova, who I think was the best example of that. So I'm going to be diving into that. So this is something we saw in baseball, like we've seen this shit in basketball. We saw it in basketball earlier with the LSU versus Iowa game where, you had a lot of people banking on Iowa because, Iowa did not look what traditional basketball looks like as of recently. They thought, Iowa could, diversify basketball, bring a lot more white athletes into basketball, which is something that failed. But again, like you saw people ramping that up, and that was a big, huge debate earlier this year. And then, we've seen this in many other sports. But when it comes to sports like gymnastics as well as tennis and swimming, these are sports that have stayed predominantly white forever because these are sports that are usually in areas where there aren't really a lot of Black people. So obviously, they are disproportionately white. And in gymnastics in particular, you realistically didn't start seeing Black gymnasts, into the 90s, and you really didn't see like a lot of them until as of today. So I think that in gymnastics in particular, like you really saw this shit take off in the early 1990s. Like Dominique Dawes was a spectacular athlete, but no matter how hard Dominique Dawes worked, some Romanian gymnasts could get up there and half-ass, or some Russian gymnasts could get up there and half-ass, and they would still give it to them. We saw this. We saw Dominique Dawes get robbed of so many titles
So
in the
many.
90s. And I want to say that for the most part, we haven't seen racism that blatant in gymnastics since then. But it was very unfortunate to see, some white gymnasts just half-ass and some Black gymnasts give it their all and still not get what they deserve. And, for this principle of just keeping gymnastics in the hands of Europeans. And fast forward into 2012, which is, we really saw, a prominent Black gymnast that was globally known, which was Gabby Douglas. We saw this huge in 2012. Gabby Douglas defeated Victoria Komova. And, this is the first time I realized like how deep racism really was in gymnastics. It really showed me, the kind of bullshit that some white people be on because, you hear a lot of white people that be like, oh, we're all Americans, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter about race. But those same all American ass white people were defending a white Russian person over their own American counterparts. All that shit we learned about in the code when you choosing a Russian hoe over an American person, like, get the fuck out of my face. Like, when I saw people protecting a white Russian bitch over an American person, that showed me how deep racism really was in this country and across the globe. So Gabby easily beat Victoria Komova, in my opinion. Like it probably should have been a larger margin, in my opinion. But you have people saying she was underscored. She deserved all these things she did not deserve, including prominent gymnastic channels on this space. And Victoria Komova was not robbed of a damn thing. But she represented what gymnastics should have been in their perception, and they wanted to keep that.
Mm.
She, represented what they saw gymnastics as, and they worked so hard for her to protect it. She had very bad twisting form. Look at her vault form. We're gonna play this shit in slow motion. We're gonna put this shit
Woo!
on right here.
Woo! I love
Look at all these
Jamelia.
leg separations. Like, look at the flex feet. Look at the bent knees, and then look at how perfect Gabby's twisting form is. Like, look at how perfect Gabby's legs are together. But people didn't see that. We're gonna go to the all around. I mean, to the team finals. Komova stepped out of bounds on vault. She literally stepped out of bounds and the judges didn't even give her that deduction. And she only scored less
Mm.
than 1/10 worse than Gabby with all of those deductions that we've shown you in her twisting form. So again, Shorty took all of these damn steps and people didn't give a fuck because she represented what they thought gymnastics should have been. This is come of her own being. Like they sit up here and credit this connection. They credit this connection to come of it. People had the audacity to talk about Gabby's ring lead. So
Oh,
people, it doesn't matter when someone loses fair and square. It's the principle of race in this sport. Like they wanted to see someone look like Kamova on top of the podium. And because she didn't achieve that, they made all these damn excuses. And you saw people saying, oh, well, Kamova, if she Kamova didn't do her best, she would do her best, she would have beat Gabby, which isn't even true. Because Kamova at her best is still worse than Gabby at her best. And we saw this. If Gabby and Kamova competed tomorrow, who would you bet on? Gabby. So again,
period.
Kamova will never be a better gymnast than Gabby. And I'm glad that Wikipedia, keeps the truth. But you saw this perception of gymnastics that she was. You saw these salty ass Russian hoes that we saw here for a
Mm.
decade. These VPN connecting, have an audacity to connect the VPN just to even watch this shit, hoes. These motherfuckers been salty ever since, these three black women got USA up into space and they lost the space. Ever since them three black women in Hidden Figures got us into space, ever since the Russian hoes lost the space race, they don't been real salty out the mouth. And we saw this with Valentina recently. I'm gonna talk about that at the end of this video. This perception of artistry, like, we want to make gymnastics more artistic. When they all that's just a gaslighting dog whistle for saying they want to make gymnastics more white, make gymnastics what it used to be. So you gotta catch them on that gaslighting. In 2013, when Simone Biles came onto the scene, you saw the same shit. The best thing about Simone Biles that I saw someone say is Simone Biles always won by such large margins that no one could deny that she was just better than all these other hosts. But then you start seeing people get more aggressive in their racial attacks. Like you start seeing people try to compare Simone Biles to a man. They do this shit to a whole lot of black women. Like they do this to Serena Williams, to Simone Biles, to Meg Thee Stallion, to Michelle Obama. You got to get to the point where it's like, damn, all these black women are men. Like, be fucking for real. It's clear y'all are being so anti-black and aggressive. And it speaks a lot for black womanhood, for what it means to be a black woman in the world. Because women of color obviously deal with their discrimination, but no group of women has to defend their right to even be a woman. So, it really speaks volumes as to what it's like to be a black woman across the globe. And for
Mm.
Simone, the amount of attacks she dealt with, from in particular fans from Russia and just globally. And it really hit its peak in 2021 when she withdrew from the team finals. People were just really using this excuse. They had been trying to talk shit about Simone Biles forever, but they didn't have shit to say. So when she gave them a reason when she withdrew, you saw the racists come out of nowhere because they had been waiting for years to see her fall. They had been waiting for years to see her at her worst so they could have some shit to say. That's all it was. And we saw this as of now even more prominently. You got to really catch motherfuckers because they have all this shit to say about Simone Biles being not artistic. Simone isn't this, Simone isn't that. Okay, but was Sean Johnson artistic? No, y'all didn't give a fuck because she was white. Sean Johnson couldn't even do a split leap. She couldn't even do a perfect 180-degree split leap, but y'all didn't give a fuck because she looked like what you thought gymnasts should look like. Mary Lou
Mm,
wasn't artistic. Zemala Jakova from Russia wasn't artistic. Lilia Akinova was not artistic. Jada Carey isn't a traditional artistic gymnast, but they never had to defend their right to be a woman in this sport. So you get the principle of what the fuck I'm saying. Um, you know, earlier this year, we saw a Republican, someone running for Congress, a Republican running for Congress, attack Simone Biles, attack Gabby Douglas, attack Rebecca Andrade. I'm going to post these tweets up here. This person was defending Makayla Skinner, saying, oh, Makayla Skinner deserved, she was a better gymnast than Gabby. She's a better gymnast than Simone, which is some fucking bullshit. Like, be fucking
mm,
for real.
for
Damn,
real.
Makayla Skinner ain't better. Sadapin tried to say Makayla Skinner deserved the gold over Rebecca Andrade in the vault finals. And then had the nerve to
Never.
say, I'm not racist. Like, bitch, you got a problem with Simone, Gabby, and Rebecca. The only three black women that's ever won a gold medal, but you're not racist? Okay. So, this person was really just coming for these black women for no reason. I want to say the Jim Tenet did stand up for it. Like, the Jim Tenet really went off on that ass. And luckily, this person will not be elected. He's running for Congress in a black majority, black majority Atlanta suburban district. So, yeah, he's definitely not going to win his race. But the fact that you're running for Congress and just you're also unprovoked trying to tear down Simone and Gabby for no fucking reason, it really shows, what these bitches got to go through on a daily. And people do not give them the support they deserve. It should not be people like me to have to get up here and act like this for y'all to understand their plight, understand their struggle, understand the plight that black women go through across the world. And then last quad, we saw this shit with Riley, Grace, Reagan Smith, as well as Angelina Melnikova, because we had never really seen white gymnasts, at the top of the food chain in terms of being able, top American gymnasts, top global gymnasts, and we saw these gymnasts come into the fold. And excluding Melnikova, all the gymnasts failed to achieve anything they were expected to do. You saw people making all these damn excuses for them. Riley,
Boom.
someone who never hit an international competition in her life. Grace, someone who never qualified for an individual medal. Reagan Smith, someone who never achieved what people expected from her. It was kind of funny to see because y'all judge black gymnasts for what they are, but you judge white gymnasts versus who they can be. You judge white women for what they can become, but you see black women for what they are, and that is really the truth, especially in gymnastics. And we saw this, come to be particular in the last quad, and we see the same sentiment with Jessica Gadrova as well. And people, they want to see people like to be people want to hold on and protect because we see gymnastics change so dramatically in our lifetime, and it's going to keep changing, and it's something that you really have to see, something you really have to um,
Oscar.
black women are just out here thriving in gymnastics. One of the greatest powers in the world is a white woman's tears. A white woman. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay, yes. Are you still there? I was just checking if you were still there. That was it. You could play it.
Uh,
Okay. I am too. You can play it, Oscar.
Judge white women for what they can become, but you see black women for what they are, and that is really the especially in gymnastics. And we saw this, come to be particular in the last quad, and we see the same sentiment with Jessica Gadrova as of now. And people, they want to see people like them win because they represent what gymnastics used to be, and because they represent what gymnastics used to be, people want to hold on and protect that. We've seen gymnastics change so dramatically in our lifetime, and it's going to keep changing. And it's something that you really have to see, something you really have to, call out. But what I tell people is, be aware of the gaslighting. see this shit for what it is. Like, these motherfuckers, they're really mad because black women are just out here thriving in gymnastics. One of the greatest powers in the world is a white woman's tears. A white woman's tears is as powerful as a nuclear weapon. And when
Hmm.
Combs start crying, when Michaela Skinner start crying, y'all had so much sympathy for them. And Michaela Skinner, that bitch has some nerve. I'll never fuck with her personally. Um, the fact that this bitch thought she had a place over an Olympic all-around champion on the team showed the entitlement, the princess mentality that some white women really have. It's like, bitch, you can never compare yourself to Gabby Douglas. Like in your worst, in your best days of your life, you can never be better than Gabby or her worst. But we saw this principle, which is why the Republican congressman was so hard to defend her. We saw this with Larissa Yurdaki. People, they wanted to see Larissa beat Simone so badly, so she could
Oh,
return gymnastics back to what it used to be. And Larissa never achieved that. Larissa Yurdaki was always a spectacular gymnast. All these gymnasts are spectacular, but you get the point. So I think that people are gonna take the shit out of context, but they get what the fuck I'm trying to say. And we saw this narrative in Ireland where it's like you should be invisible. You should
mm-hmm.
not be visible. You should be invisible. Like you should not be part of the competition. You're insignificant. And the same logic we saw back in 2012, because like how dare Gabby? Komova was the one that was promised. Victoria was the one that was promised. And Gabby was the one that stole it from her. How dare she steal that from her?
He's
How
missing the
dare
name.
she
He's
robbed a
missing the
girl
name.
that we thought had gymnastics in the palm of her hand? How dare some black girl take that from her?
He's
And
missing
that's
the
really
name.
all it is. That's the logic
That's,
behind this kind of racist,
Arthur,
behind
can
of
you stop it for
this.
a second? I'm sorry. He's missing the name because those are two big names, but those aren't the two great white hopes of that team, of that quad. The name that he's missing saying is
Jordan
Jordan
Weaver.
Weaver. The name that he's missing saying is Jordan Weaver. NBC, if you watch the 2012 coverage, not the, because if you ever watched the 2012 Olympics, there is a coverage where they really hyped up Gabby. But if you watch the original coverage when it was going on live, and it was like, oh my gosh, if Jordan Weaver was here, we would be guaranteed a gold medal. But Gabby's here, so let's see if she's gonna fall or not. Like, they really wanted Jordan Weaver to be the Olympic champion.
Yeah. There's a version where you said they re-edited it or refilmed it?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, friend.
You can't hear me?
Oh, there you go.
Um, you said they refilmed it or re-edited it?
I think so because there is an original version. Okay, because if you watch the 2012 Olympic Games, the all around final, there is one version with Shannon Miller and the Canadian people. Then there's the BBC version, but then there's two different versions of the NBC version. You can find the shorter version that's about an hour and a half that like the Olympic Channel has and like NBC Gymnastics has. But then there is a full length version that I remember watching that's about 2.5 to 3 hours long. And watch how they was treating Gabby and watch how they was expecting. They were like, even for Allie Raisman too, I can't even say, even for Allie, it was like, they were just like shocked that Jordan Weaver was not there. Like they were gagged. Like, and
Oh
without
yeah,
Jordan
that's the
Weaver,
only one I've seen.
hmm?
They mentioned Jordan Weaver in everyone that I've watched.
Oh, okay. John Orozco. Huh. It's not his fault though. It's not his fault. I mean, it is his fault for what he actually did. But if we watched him, I'm telling you, this is John Orozco is what introduced me to Gymnastics because he made a tweet. Oh, I'm going to be on Gymnastics doing the interview. And I'm like, okay, who's Gymnastics? And poor Lori was like, it's the largest Gymnastics blog in the world. And I'm like, what? I don't know who they are. Mind you, okay, mind you, y'all think I know. I literally only found out about the Gymternet literally the year before the Olympic Games. So the Olympic Games was supposed to be in 2000. I found out about Twitter and Gymternet in 2019. I literally only been on this shit for like 5 years. So,
That's when I joined it too.
but some of these people, and I had to realize this recently, have been on this shit since like Rio. Some of them people have been on it since like London. So it goes back far. So people have different
So
relationships.
when did you find Gymcastic?
It was sometime during COVID in 2020.
Oh,
And
okay.
and he did an interview with them and he let everybody have fucking it. This was before they even had a YouTube channel. They just only had their podcast. My
Yeah.
God. My God, John Orozco went on them people's show and he showed his natural black ass. Like he 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 left no crumbs. Hey, like it just was. I just was up there, God. Like this is the first gymnastics interview that I've ever heard anybody had, and John Orozco left no crumbs on the table.
Okay, I need to watch it.
Oh my gosh, he was talking about the homophobia. He was talking about how what's the famous gymnast named Paul that turned to a doctor that is gay. He talked about how Paul Ruggieri outed him. He talked about um, Danelle Leva, how he don't like Danelle Leva. Danelle Leva don't care for him very much. Like he,
Was it unprovoked or were they asking questions about?
a little bit of both. Um, he talked
How did
about all the
you? How
down
did
low.
you?
He talked about
Sorry,
all
go.
these people, down low male gymnasts out there, and he'd be like, "Okay, when I go to this city and I go on this secret gay app, why is your ass there? And why is you there, bust wide up?" Like he, oh my god, ooh, it is just the greatest. It's just the greatest thing that I ever
I
heard.
haven't heard Gymcastic mention it or reference it.
I'm surprised if they haven't taken it down because it was a lot.
How did
Um,
you meet Poor Lawyer?
he used to follow me over here on the YouTube channel, and then he one day he was like, you should create a Twitter page." And I'm like, "Twitter? I hate Twitter. I don't go on Twitter." He was like, "But that's where everybody talks about gymnastics." And I'm like, I guess somewhere in the Twitterverse, I have this original gymnastics page. I don't even remember what the hell it was called. Maybe it was called Makayla Loves Gymnastics. Maybe it was called Makayla Slow Speed. I don't remember. But I did that. Then I lost whatever phone I had. So I created Makayla Loves Gymnastics one. And I've been riding out with that bitch for the last 6 years, 5 years.
Did they write to you in your comments or email?
It wasn't email. I think it may have been Instagram. It probably was Instagram. Because he was
And when
probably
did
asking.
you start making videos on YouTube?
Whew. I was watching the skating lesson and I was like, I could do this, but for gymnastics. Because mind you, at that time, I really didn't think nobody, I didn't know nothing about no gymnastics. All things gymnastics was not a thing yet because one time I had recorded a video and then Dave was talking about the upcoming NCAA season. But then they kept posting about the upcoming NCAA season. And I kept watching it. But then they were like, oh, but we're not a gymnastics channel. So then they stopped. And then they created their brand, All Things Gymnastics. And the rest is history. But around that time,
Wait, what year was that?
20, I want to say 2018, but I'm not 1000% sure.
Was it the summer?
I don't. I don't. Maybe 2019. I don't know.
Should I play the video?
Oh shit, we was watching a video. I'm so sorry, everybody. Yeah.
She robbed a girl that we thought had gymnastics in the palm of her hand. How dare some black girl take that from her? And that's really all it is. That's the logic behind this kind of racist, kind of this entitlement, this princess mentality that you give white
I
women,
love
and in
listening to
particular
that.
white gymnasts in this sport. And moving on to
I love her
Valentina,
too.
like Valentina decided to come for Simone. This is the first time her or Svetlana working out, or all of the Russians have done this shit. I mentioned about how they be on this anti-black bullshit all the time, but Russians be teaming up with white
And thank you for
supremacists
your
in the United
membership.
States. That's why you have some of these conservative.
Did you say something?
I was just saying, yes, I love you, Larissa Rodaki, and thank you for your membership.
Thank you.
To be going so hard for Russia because they're fighting for the same mentality. You get what I'm saying? And you got to catch them out on their racism, on their anti-blackness, because they got so much shit to say about Gabby. They got so much shit to say about Simone, so much shit to say about Rica Andrade. They ain't have shit to say about Jordan Weaver. They ain't have shit to say about Ali or Sean Johnson or these previous gymnasts. Why did you not care when Jordan Weaver barely beat you? I know some of them had something to say, but they were not going as hard against Weaver as they were going against Gabby. They were not hitting Jordan Weaver with racist. They weren't saying racist shit about Jordan Weaver because she beat Ali. I mean, because she beat Victoria. You know what I'm saying? So you got to catch them. You got to catch them out on their bullshit. They don't do the same shit. This came out when she tried to say Simone wasn't artistic. She just wins by difficulty. You remember Lilia Akaimova? Like, Lilia Akaimova was not artistic. What kind of artistry did Lilia Akaimova have? What's her name? Zamo. Alina Zamolodchikova. She was not artistic. There was many Russian gymnasts that were not that artistic. That they did not dance that well. But they didn't care because it was in the skin. It was in the skin, so they didn't have shit to say. You have to watch them. The same gaslighting shit you saw with Ireland when they released that apology video, like, oh, this video happened. It happened over a year ago. Like that changed the fact that it was racism, or that she made a mistake.
Thank
We gave the
you.
girl her flowers at the end. Why did she not get her flowers initially? You know what I'm saying? You have to catch them out on their gaslighting. Don't sit up here and let them gaslight you and just not say some shit. And I want to say the internet has improved at that, but you get the message of what I'm trying to say. And I'll now play a clip that really talks about like the struggle that Black women deal with, in the United States and across the globe.
I tell you, being a Black woman, be strong, they say. Support your man. Raise a man. Think like a man. Oh, damn, I gotta do all that. Who's out here working for me? Carrying my burden, building me up when I get down? Nobody. Black women out here trying to save everybody. And what do we get? Swagger jacked by white girls wearing cornrows and bamboo earrings. Ain't that a bitch? But we still try. Try to help all y'all. Even when we get nothing. Is that admirable or ridiculous? I don't know. I know me sitting here is ridiculous when I could be helping, but you don't want my help. You want to do it all by yourself. Mr. Big Strong Black Man. God forbid you let a sister like me help you. No, you don't want that. Don't let me put you on my back when you fall. Wipe the crust out of your eyes. Put a pep back in your step. Because when we do, you resent us for making you better, smarter, stronger. Then drop us so you can be with someone basic. Someone without all that baggage you left us with. But we still try. That's why I'm here. Trying and saving and trying to save like we do. Here I am. Admirable or ridiculous? Baby, you tell me.
They didn't give a damn when white people were doing it. Like they didn't give a fuck in 2008 when the whole team was white. But all of a sudden they have all this shit to say about USA Gymnastics. Though you only give a fuck because who's in gymnastics. And I want to say that people have been a lot better calling that shit out. But you know, in the past, people used to sit up here and act like y'all did not have a problem with Gabby just because of her race. So again, it's something that's really unfortunate to see. So with that, that's realistically all I have to say about the Great White Hope philosophy. I know I'll be starting pretty a big discussion about it. I might, revisit in the future. But thank you guys so much for tuning into my video. Make sure to have a nice day, you guys. Please like, comment, and subscribe down below. And have a nice day, you guys. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Jimlandia. That was such a well thought out, way more educated. Can I ask a question though, Oscar, as one of my white friends? How do you feel about that? Like, is it like, do you feel like it's like, I mean, I think I already know how you feel, but how do you, how can I say this? How do you feel about this subject? How do you feel about the way he approached the subject? Do you understand? Do you feel like he was just being extra and over the top, or do you feel like he made some valid points? Do you feel like he was reaching in some spots? How do you feel?
I
You're on mute.
definitely agreed with what most of he was saying.
Okay.
And I appreciated like that he came at it from me. He came at it with a humor, but also valid facts and like receipts. And all of his arguments make sense logically. It was jarring that I think everything he said about what Gabby Douglas went through is completely accurate. But then, do I think Komova could have beat Gabby on her best day? Sure. I don't think that's such a crazy thing. That was something that stood out to me. But
I will say this: as much as I love Gabby Douglas, Komova on her best day, none of them
that's all
girls.
I was saying. Just her
None of
best.
them. Not. There is not one girl who was there in that competition floor on her best day. I'm not saying on her average day. I'm not saying on the day she had in 2020 and 2012. I'm just saying on her very, 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 very best day. I don't feel like nobody was going to beat her. But she didn't have her best day, and that's all that matters.
Yeah. Something about this channel I think is funny is that they like call out a lot of the hypocrisy, and like we had similar opinions about the way that the 2023 world team was selected, but then they were like they wanted Jade Carey on the world's team because it made
Oh,
sense.
Gymnastics. See, this is the thing. People feel like because okay, this is and they do this to me too a lot. So I want to defend him and me as Black gymnastics for content creators. First of all, this is why I support Gymlandia. There's just not a lot of Black content creators in gymnastics. They're just not. Realistically, I'm really thinking now, like people that I know that are Black, because I'm pretty sure it's people that are Black who don't show their faces or whatever. But like, it used to be only me before Gymlandia, and now it's me and Gymlandia, and I really, Oscar, can you think of anybody else? Like, I'm not trying to be funny. Like, if anybody knows any other Black gymnastics content creators on any platform, because I don't be on all the platforms.
I know a podcaster, I think, but it's just listening because they did an episode with Amanda Seals.
Oh, Mars and them podcast, Mars and Jordan.
It wasn't that episode, no. Amanda was a gymnast, so she has multiple episodes of her podcast
Oh,
about
okay.
gymnastics.
I have no clue. But so I really like I'm gonna always ride for Gymlandia because what he's saying is straight up fact. And I know like all the backlash he gets in his comments for he's not shit like one of the things that I bothers me and I like the Brazilians, so I'm not trying to get in no beef because I love the Brazilians and I love the Brazilian gymnastics team. So I want no beef with the Brazilians. I just feel like maybe they take what he says about because I feel like he does support Flavia. He just doesn't see Flavia as Black. And I feel like the Brazilian gymnastics fans, they do see Flavia as Black. So when he doesn't include Flavia in the Black gymnastics content, they feel some kind of way about that. Um, Now I don't know what Flavia sees herself as. I don't know, and that's way beyond my pay grade. But I will say this: it's great to have a gymnastics channel that rides so hard for the Black gymnasts. There is not that many gymnastics content creators that do that. Um, and the racism and the bigotry that he gets because he supports the Black gymnasts is just because people are allowed to like I don't know I'm allowed to be like I'm an American gymnastics fan and nobody would care, or I'm allowed to say I like the Chinese gymnastics team and nobody would care, or I'm allowed to say I like the Brazilian gymnastics team but nobody would care. But the second I say I just like all the Black gymnasts, everybody gets mad and they be like, but if you say you like all the white gymnasts, but I just said I like the entire Russian gymnastics team. They have no Black gymnasts there. Like, what are you talking about? I said I like the entire Chinese. They have no Black athletes there. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't know. It's just, it's just really weird. So, are you guys ready for another video? Y'all have a really. I told you it was gonna be a long show. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for another? I have another channel that I really, really as much as I love I'm not even gonna say I like them more. I just really love the S
Appreciate.
huh?
I we appreciate it, I think just how they're just adding more voices to the conversation and two new, unique, and detailed perspectives. That's how I
Well,
see
it's
these
possible because there
shows.
was a black Ukrainian Olympian girl that I didn't even know about.
In 2004.
I thought she made a team in 2008. Maybe she made both teams.
2004 Ukrainian.
I can't believe how many of you guys are night owls like me. Like, wow. Me, Simone, Shy Cindy.
This is the channel that um, copyrighted and posted the video of the 92 floor final.
Mm. Good night, two flips, three twists. We love you over here, friend.
Good night. Email me if you don't have Twitter.
Night babes.
I think this leotard is pretty.
Is it weird to say when black people are from like Ukraine or like France and stuff like that, I wonder where they are originally from?
Mm,
Well, maybe not
you
France.
are.
There are a lot of black girls in France. But like it's very rare to see a black Ukrainian girl. Like
Especially in gymnastics at the Olympics.
he says, I swear I'm the straightest, whitest gymnastics fan. Did she try playing in '08? Because I remember seeing a black girl, maybe she made both teams, which would be like I'm learning black gymnastics history before my eyes right now. And then we could go to Wally channel.
Great. Mirabella Acuna.
I mean, she could be mixed and was born in Ukraine. That's also a possibility. There are lots of Africans over there in Ukraine.
Definitely. Do you remember what event you saw they were on?
I don't. But it would have been Fleur. So if it's not here, then she no. It was 2004. Man. So the OG. Okay, how do I pronounce this name? Because I keep the SOVGC channel is one of my favorite gymnastics channels ever created in history. Wally doesn't understand how much time I spend watching his gymnastics content. Um, he just don't understand how much time I spend watching his gymnastics content. He just does not understand. What I want to do is play one of his rescoring of um, the 1994 World Championships all around finals. From
All around shenanigans at 94 Worlds.
yes.
Привет.
Does it mean that they're not monetized if there's no commercial?
Yes.
Tavarashi и добро пожаловать на мой канал. Я Wally. As of late, I've been talking about a lot of meet recaps. That's what's really, kind of sparked my interest, so to speak. And today we're going to be talking about the 1994 World Gymnastics Championships that took place in the spring of 1994 in Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. So it seems like ever since this meet started, there's been a bit of controversy over the result.
The music's kind of loud, right?
It was won by Shannon Miller. She won her second consecutive World All-Around title. Finishing second behind her was Lavinia Milosevic, and finishing third was Dina Kojic.
Wait, you said it's gonna get copyrighted?
I'm telling you, like, YouTube does not play about all of this stuff. Let's fast forward to him talking through this because I don't want to get copyright strike for playing this Russian music in the background.
Wait, so how far should I go?
I'm sure he stops playing it when he gets into the actual commentation parts of it. Right.
Funny
there.
business going on. And then
The World Championships last year, she had to stick both vaults for the all-around title. Here it is. Oh, difficult vault. The same one we saw Milosevic do. And she had the hop on the landing.
Sorry, I'm wondering in 1991 or 1990. In 1991, how clear was it that Shannon Miller might win the Olympics next year?
This is 94, but if you're asking about 91, Shannon Miller wasn't even on people's radar at that point in time.
Well, she went to Worlds, and she wasn't bad.
I mean, she went to World, but that's just like saying Jocelyn Robertson went to World.
Did she place in the all-around?
I think she made all-around finals, but no.
I think, not place, sorry. Like, didn't she, fifth place or something?
I'm not sure because I know Betty Okino got in 4.
Okay, so then in 1992, how clear was it that Shannon Miller was about to win the next 2 World Championships?
I don't know how to express this. NBC really wasn't checking for Shannon Miller until the Olympics came around, so they still was talking about Kim Domesco around that time. So everything was about Kim, and Shannon was just there. even though Shannon was doing great in the background, and they should have talked about Shannon Miller more, they kind of didn't.
All the way until when? Like, they were talking about Kim Zemesco in 1994.
They didn't start talking about Shannon Miller until Shannon Miller went qualified first into the Olympic all-around finals. And then they switched gears very quickly from Kim to Shannon. Very quickly. But I'm telling you, up until compulsories, it was all about Kim Zemesco.
At the Olympics, sure, but then I thought you said that. I was saying, if in 1992, after Shannon won the silver medal at the Olympics,
Oh, okay.
how clear was it that she was about to win the next two world championships?
See, it wasn't, because in 1993, the very first competition that ever happened in 93 was Worlds. Worlds happened before national championships.
Okay, and
So, and again, for us as gymnastics fans back then, we didn't have the same information resources. So, all we know is Shannon Miller came there and cleared house. Like, I don't know. Like, from watching the competition back, Shannon and Dominique was clearly the best two girls there at the time. The only reason Dominique didn't come in second place is because she fell on vault. And I would never understand, while we're here, I just would never understand this decision to do the Yurchenko 1.5 twist there. It was her first time ever doing that vault. And she was never going to beat Shannon Miller anyway. Why not just do the Yurchenko full? Literally everybody else was doing the Yurchenko full. But I digress.
what was the reason?
For whatever reason, Kelly Hill thought that she could have beat Shannon. I mean, Carrie Struck qualified into vaulting finals with a really janky ass Yurchenko 1.5 in that year. And that vault with a low landing and a bit step back scored like a 9.825. So I'm thinking Kelly Hill was thinking if Dominique just put the vault to her feet twice, she would have scored 9.9 plus and one. But it wasn't for to happen. It wasn't for to happen. Shannon Miller just scored basically a 9.8, which was a 10 on that vault for her vault. Like, it
Is
wasn't for
that
to happen.
because did the scoring change kind of a lot between 93 and 94? There was a code change.
Well, it was several code changes that year. It was the typical code change after 92 to 93. Then after 94, they tweaked the code again. And it was kind of like they really tweaked the vault start values after 94. Like, their Arabian front that Shannon just did used to be worth a 10. Here, 95, it was worth a 9.9. And I never seen them make a course correction mid code like that before. But we digress. Let's play the video.
Beautiful job. Excellent vault. It was a better vault. She opened up a little quicker. She said she was tight coming into the landing on the first vault. She opened up a little. Just had to take that step forward. Most critical event for Shannon Miller. Because of her injury, she hasn't been able to train as much as she'd like on this event. She's still doing an excellent routine, just working a little harder to do it. Watch this combination. She'll go full over the bar. One of the first female gymnasts to ever perform it right into a release move. 1.5 turn, right into a
she's
transition.
Right on. She struggled a little in the preliminaries, but so far this is beautiful.
Her dismount is a double layout somersault. This is what she had a little trouble on in the preliminaries. Best she's done all week.
Hey,
She
Oscar.
has got to be thrilled with.
Hey, Oscar.
Yeah.
The people are saying that it's super choppy on their end. And I know that normally means you would have to restart your computer and stuff. But it's already late, and I don't feel like going through all of that. So we might as well just end the show at this point.
Okay. That's what's wrong. That's cool.
Do you have any final thoughts on anything that we talked about throughout the whole almost 5 hours of this show?
No, I mean, I've exhausted all topics.
I am kind of too. So I love you all. Thank you all for tuning in. This was actually very fun. Like, I had a great time tonight. We had so much fun, and we talked about so many things. I'm going to play my little outro, and then we're going to get off this thing. Bye, y'all.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of